Chapter 881, Origin Spirit Fruit. The young man was cloaked in a fiery red robe, and he had a handsome yet devilish face. His pair of eyes were dark and deep, and it contained an infinite amount of charm. He emerged out of thin air like a ghost. Just a sentence was enough to make the three Fire Peak disciples' faces become discolored as if they were facing their archenemy. Senior B Brother Hu, H. Hu Fei. One of the Fire Peak disciples had a look of absolute horror on his face. It looked like it was indeed true that nobody should badmouth another person behind their back. Just a moment ago, he was still criticizing Hu Fei on how he was an out-and-out ungrateful bastard. In the next moment, Hu Fei himself had suddenly appeared before him. Senior brother Hu Fei. The other two Fire Peak disciples were both in a rather nervous state with their heads lowered. They did not dare to look Hu Fei in the eyes at all. Humph! Hu Fei snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed across that pair of deep eyes. He took a step forward without any warning. All of a sudden, a vast origin energy swept across the sky. Halfway through it, it transformed into a huge flame that blotted out the entire sky. It resembled a fiery beast as it charged towards the three Fire Peak disciples. Senior brother Hu Fei, spare our lives please. No. It had never crossed the three Fire Peak disciples' minds that Hu Fei would actually take action against them just because of a few honest words that they had said behind his back while they were objectively discussing him. The three of them were completely filled with despair. They did not even get the chance to flee when they faced Hu Fei. In just a blink of an eye, they were all consumed by the flame that turned into a huge monster. They were all reduced to ashes, completely vanishing from this world. Not far away, a few other Fire Peak disciples who happened to pass by saw this scene right at that moment. Horror immediately dawned on them. Oh, within seconds, Hu Fei noticed the few Fire Peak disciples. His brows were gently knitted together, and a chilling and killing aura could be seen in his eyes. Senior brother Hu Fei. Senior B brother Hu Fei. We didn't see anything, the Fire Peak disciples stuttered in haste. They were afraid of being murdered by Hu Fei. Take an oath. Hu Fei glared at them fiendishly, and his voice was as cold as ice. Upon hearing this, the Fire Peak disciples let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, they pinched their fingers until blood appeared. Droplets of fresh blood instantly rose up to the sky. In the next instance, each and every one of them made a vow on their lives. The vow was something like this: they would never tell anyone about the thing that they saw today. Otherwise, they would be punished severely. A series of thunder instantly reverberated in the sky. That was the response from the oath tribulation, 9 heavenly tribulation for the vow they had just made. Hu Fei was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of the Fire Peak. Even supposing the Peak Master of the Fire Peak found out that he had murdered somebody on Fire Peak, he still would not take any action against him. However, the problem lay with the fact that Fire Peak was one of the 5 peaks in the 5-element sect. There was still one person who had a higher position than the Peak Master of the Fire Peak, and that was the Peak Master of the Gold Peak. Otherwise also known as the sect leader of the 5-element sect. If today's incident only spread around in Fire Peak, then nothing would happen to Hu Fei. However, once the story was spread out to the public, even his master, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not be able to protect him. The 5-element sect had a rule: all disciples of the 5-element sect were not allowed to cripple or murder each other at will. Otherwise, they would be punished regardless if they were. Humph! Hu Fei snorted as he looked at the few Fire Peak disciples who was making the 9 heavenly tribulation oath. He then immediately vanished without a trace, disappearing from their sight. After Hu Fei had left, the few Fire Peak disciples took in a long and deep breath as they exchanged glances with each other. All of them could see the joy in each other's eyes. They rejoiced over the fact that they could still live to see another day. Wood Peak. 3 young men were gathered, and they were chatting with one another on the balcony at the top floor of a 3-story pavilion. For this reason, Elder Yang crippled his own arm and left the sect before going to Settlement City. I guess it's also a silent escape for him, Chen Wei sighed. At this moment, he was answering Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu's queries. After Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu both found out that Yongling was Wood Peak's second strongest powerhouse, they were both extremely surprised and intrigued by Yongling's severed arm. They had finally found their answers in Chen Wei's words. To their surprise, Yongling's severed arm was actually cut off by himself. The reason was because the person whom he had treated as his own son betrayed him and became the direct disciple of the Fire Peak Peak Master. Hu Fei, Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu's faces darkened instantly. Although they were not a friend or relative of Yongling, putting aside the matter of avenging him, they could not suppress the sense of wrath that surged through their hearts the moment they found out about the dispute between him and Hu Fei. Yongling was the person who saved Hu Fei's life. Yongling was the person who taught Hu Fei his entire cultivation. However, he looked down on Wood Peak that was unable to recover after its setback, and coupled with the fact that he could not resist the temptation from the Peak Master of Fire Peak, he betrayed his own master who had raised him into who he was today and subsequently betrayed the Wood Peak as well. During the Battle of the Five Peaks, if I come across him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Huang Daniu bellowed while he waved his fist around. What he hated the most in this life was an ungrateful and treacherous disciple. Although Hu Fei and Yongling's matter did not concern him in the least, he still frowned upon Hu Fei's actions, so much so that he totally abhorred it. In Huang Daniu's own words, "You're like an eyesore to me. I, Big Brother Daniu, just want to beat the hell out of you, so what?" Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, the chilliness in his eyes undoubtedly showed that he was having more or less the same thoughts as Huang Daniu. Hu Fei had crossed his bottom line as well. "Daniu, don't underestimate that Hu Fei. I heard that he's now at the 6th level void interpretation and has already comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. It's exactly because he's gifted with an innate talent that the Peak Master of Fire Peak is willing to snatch him away from Elder Yang at all cost," Chen Wei chimed in with a solemn look on his face. If it was not for the great cost that the Peak Master of Fire Peak had paid, how could Hu Fei, who had been following Elder Yang since he was a child, possibly betray him all of a sudden? "Humph, I don't fear him at all if he doesn't use any spirit weapon and battle it out on the ground with me." Huang Daniu snorted. Although he was only at the 5th level void interpretation, he had already comprehended the earth concept fragment. Once this technique was unleashed on the ground, he could borrow the earth energy that was equivalent to 30 ancient horned dragons' energy. If he unleashed his full power, he would be as strong as 160 ancient horned dragons. If Hu Fei also did not use his spirit weapon and unleashed his full potential, his power would not be as great as the 160 ancient horned dragons. For this reason, Huang Daniu dared to voice out his claims. However, although these words actually came out from his mouth, his heart actually did not share the same thoughts. This point could clearly be seen from the dread that filled his eyes. "The Battle of the Five Peaks is about to take place. I should go back and cultivate as well. Please practice hard during this period of time, all right? Although the two of you have quite powerful strength, there are still many young disciples in the other 4 peaks who are much stronger than me," Chen Wei told Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a solemn look. Both of them nodded their heads. After Chen Wei left, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu separated and returned to their own room to cultivate. After returning to his own room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed. One of his hand held the wind concept fragments, and the other hand held the thunder concept fragment as he comprehended 2 completely different concepts while cultivating at the same time. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Sword Dragon Form. If the 9th level void transformation powerhouses found out that Duan Lingtian could comprehend 2 completely different concepts at the same time by using 2 completely different concept fragments, they would most likely be so jealous that they would spit out blood. What the 9th level void transformation powerhouses were pursuing was not to comprehend a concept to the 9th level advanced concept but to actually comprehend 2 different concepts to the 9th level advanced concept. Only then, they could be considered as touching the threshold of the martial monarch stage. Otherwise, they would never be able to step into the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse in their entire lives. Duan Lingtian's case was something that every 9th level void transformation powerhouses dreamt of. Being able to comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time also meant that he could partially step into the martial monarch stage in the shortest time possible. Compared to other ordinary martial artists, it was much easier for Duan Lingtian to make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. With the same comprehension and the same conditions, Duan Lingtian could easily comprehend 4 different 9th level advanced concepts within the same amount of time an ordinary 9th level void transformation powerhouse used to comprehend 2 9th level advanced concepts. Almost 100% of the 9th level void transformation powerhouses that simultaneously comprehended 4 types of 9th level advanced concepts on the Cloud Continent could make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage and become a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. Time continued to pass by without a sound. The overbearing rebirth pill continued to converge with Duan Lingtian's origin energy as it worked in accordance with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Sword Dragon Form mental cultivation method, and it enhanced his origin energy swiftly. Nobody knew how long it took, but when Duan Lingtian reached the bottleneck of the 6th level void interpretation from the 5th level void interpretation, he was completely overjoyed. The appearance of this bottleneck also meant that he was now one step closer to reaching the 6th level void interpretation. He was looking forward to reaching the 6th level void interpretation. This was because he was very eager to verify one thing. He wanted to know if his spiritual energy would be elevated to the 7th level void interpretation or if it would remain the same and synchronize with his cultivation base once his cultivation base made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. If it's the latter, then I guess the after effect left on my body from the devilification of that devil seal tablet was really too exaggerated. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared to meet the worst outcome, he could not help but feel a little nervous about it. He hoped that his spiritual energy would be subsequently elevated as well. Otherwise, his soul skill 1000 illusions' effects would be greatly reduced, it was even close to being useless. Duan Lingtian. After a while, Duan Lingtian, who was continuing his cultivation, suddenly heard a voice calling out his name from outside. That voice sounded old yet familiar. Duan Lingtian stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. When he began to regain his consciousness, he finally recognized the owner of the voice outside. Elder Yang. Duan Lingtian opened the door and smiled as he looked at the one-handed old man standing outside of the door, Wood Peak's second strongest powerhouse, Yang Ling. A faint smile could be seen on Yang Ling's face. He appeared to have a benign look on his face. Could it be that the battle of the 5 peaks was about to start now? When Duan Lingtian saw Yang Ling, his heart tightened as he made conjectures in his heart. In the next second, he immediately knew that he had thought too much. Duan Lingtian, the Peak Master asked me to pass this origin-enhancing fruit to you. With your innate talent, I'm sure you'll be able to absorb its medicinal power and enhance your cultivation base before the battle of the 5 peaks takes place. Yang Ling spoke while taking out a piece of spirit fruit. 881 Chapter 882, Breakthrough. Breakthrough. The spirit fruit in Yang Ling's hands was purplish-black in color with a faint light emitting from it, and it gave off a fragrant scent. The scent entered Duan Lingtian's nose and made its way into his body, causing a stir in the origin energy in every part of his meridian. It was to the point that even the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill also began to rustle as if it had formed some kind of resonance, yet it was not entirely rejection. Although the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill repelled the heaven and earth origin energy, one that was abundant in this world and was stored in the origin energy, it would not repel the medicinal efficacy of a spirit fruit. Despite the fact that the rebirth pill was not a spirit fruit, it still shared the same functions with a spirit fruit. In a way, they could be considered as a family. Since they were of one family, how could they possibly reject one another? Origin-enhancing fruit. Duan Lingtian, who had regained his consciousness, took a deep breath. He could not hide the look of joy and surprise on his face. The origin-enhancing fruit was an exclusive spirit fruit for a void interpretation martial artist. Among all of the spirit fruits exclusively used by a void interpretation martial artist, the medicinal efficacy of this fruit was above average. Moreover, it was extremely rare. Through the memory of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Lingtian immediately understood the breakdown and details of the origin-enhancing fruit. Even if a martial artist who has just broken through the 5th level void interpretation takes this origin-enhancing fruit, he would be able to make another breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation in just a short amount of time as long as he can completely absorb the medicinal value. Duan Lingtian's eyes instantly shone with delight. He was absolutely delighted. I'm just one step away from the 6th level void interpretation. The origin-enhancing fruit's efficacy will definitely help me to break through easily. Perhaps, coupled with the efficacy of the overbearing rebirth pill, my body might reach the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation. It was not like Duan Lingtian had never thought of taking on 2 levels at once, from the 5th level void interpretation's peak to the 7th level void interpretation, but it was just that he had always thought that it was too good to be true. After all, the gap, or phase, between the 6th level void interpretation and the 7th level void interpretation was just too huge. It was as if there was a chasm in between them. Even if a martial artist who had just made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation took the origin-enhancing fruit and managed to fully digest the medicinal power, it would still be impossible for him to reach the 7th level void interpretation with just a snap of the fingers. At the most, he could probably reach the peak of the 6th level void interpretation. Otherwise, why else would it be called a phase? Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think that he would be able to immediately make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation after consuming the origin-enhancing fruit even with the help of the domineering medicinal power of the rebirth pill. That was because it was pretty much impossible. Perhaps the god really blesses our wood peak. Previously, when the peak master went out to run an errand, he came across the origin-enhancing fruit. 2 pieces on top of that too. Yang Ling smiled. At first, he planned to give these to Chen Wei and Luo Chen. However, he decided to change his mind when Yu and Daniyu appeared. 2 pieces. Duan Lingtian was completely taken aback when he heard this. The fact was, if a person could even come across a single high-grade spirit fruit like this origin-enhancing fruit once in his entire life, he would be considered as extremely lucky. Who would have ever thought the peak master of Wood Peak would be able to get his hands on 2 at the same time? What kind of god-blessed luck was that? Although the rebirth martial emperor reincarnated twice, he only managed to encounter 1 origin-enhancing fruit in his first life. Even then, it was during a large-scale auction fair. One could easily imagine just how hard it was to get one's hands on the origin-enhancing fruit. Make sure you cultivate properly. We, from Wood Peak, have placed our hopes in you and Daniyu for the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Yang Ling advised solemnly after he had passed the origin-enhancing fruit to Duan Lingtian. Please be rest assured, Elder Yang. I'll definitely spare no effort. Duan Lingtian promised him as he stared excitedly at the spirit fruit in his hands. All right, I've to go and look for Daniyu now. Go continue your cultivation. Yang Ling nodded his head and proceeded to leave the top floor of this 3-story pavilion before making his way to the lowest floor to find Huang Daniyu. After Yang Ling left, Duan Lingtian did not waste his time. He immediately shut the door and sat back on his bed cross-legged. Now that I have the origin-enhancing fruit, I'll be able to break through to the 6th level void interpretation in just a short period of time. At that time, I'll be able to verify the situation of my spiritual energy in details. Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart as he opened his mouth wide and ate the entire origin-enhancing fruit in just a few mouthfuls. In an instant, a gush of cold and hot liquid that was interwove flowed down his throat all the way into his body as it melted into meridians of all sizes throughout his body. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian instantly became aware of what was happening as turmoil started to rise up. After it came across the supercilious medicinal power of the rebirth pill, it proceeded to embrace this cold-hot interweaving liquid. Wham, 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 comma. In every corner of Duan Lingtian's meridians, the origin energy and the medicinal power of the rebirth pill finally began to clash with the origin-enhancing fruit's medicinal power. The moment it clashed with each other, the 2 of them started to merge together. At the same time, under the activation of the dual medicinal powers of the rebirth pill and the origin-enhancing fruit, it was like the origin energy had transformed into a runaway wild horse as it dashed around madly in every part of Duan Lingtian's meridians. Barf! Before Duan Lingtian could even figure out what was going on, the meridians in his body were smashed to the point that he felt like they were going to be split open. His internal organs were also subjected to certain injuries as blood gushed out and forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Sword Dragon Form. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hurriedly began to activate his mental cultivation. He gradually controlled and forced the origin energy in his body, that was running amok like a wild horse, to go back on the right track. Finally, when all of his origin energy was operating on the right track, he had already lost track of time. It seemed to him like just a moment had passed by. However, at the same time, it felt like an entire day had gone by too. Whoosh! The tyrannical medicinal force urged the origin energy to sweep across like waves after waves of a raging tsunami as it charged towards the bottleneck of the 6th level void interpretation in a threatening manner. Wham! A light sound reverberated from inside Duan Lingtian's body. That turned out to be the vast origin energy breaking through the bottleneck of the 6th level void interpretation. It was as easy as pushing off a rotten stump as it continued to sweep across again and again. At that moment, all Duan Lingtian could feel was the changes of the origin energy in his body. It made him feel as if he had been reborn. 6th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian knew that he had finally made a breakthrough. He had successfully broken through to the 6th level void interpretation. The elevation of his cultivation base granted him a tremendous power that he had never possessed before. Spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian immediately focused his attention on his spiritual energy once he knew he had broken through. He guided the origin energy to operate in accordance with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique and the Sword Dragon form's mental cultivation method at the same time. He monitored his spiritual energy to see if it had improved or not. Soon after, Duan Lingtian finally managed to examine his spiritual energy. Apart from that, he could clearly feel the transformation in his spiritual energy at this moment. Similar to his origin energy, it had completely undergone a complete transformation, and it had been elevated to a whole new level. Spiritual energy, 7th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian was on cloud 9 when he sensed the level of his spiritual energy's transformation. At this moment, he felt like he had the entire world in his hands. Excitement and satisfaction emanated from his entire soul and quickly spread throughout his entire body. It was a breakthrough. I finally made a breakthrough. The after effects by the Devilseal table last time could only forcibly compressed his cultivation base and spiritual energy's gap of 2 levels to become 1 level. His cultivation base was now at the 6th level void interpretation. His spiritual energy was a level higher at the 7th level void interpretation. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. He was extremely overjoyed. With this feeling of recovering what one had previously lost, all he wanted to do right now was to shout, yes, at the top of his lungs. Under the activation of the rebirth pill and the origin-enhancing fruit, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body continued to upheave and operate in accordance to the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 7th form, the Sword Dragon form. His cultivation base continued to climb higher and higher. At the lowest story of the 3-story pavilion where Duan Lingtian was located, Huang Daniu, who was also sitting cross-legged in the room cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. It's a breakthrough. The 6th level void interpretation. Ecstasy could be seen on Huang Daniu's face. He clenched his fists as his origin energy instantly wreaked havoc, and the heaven and earth phenomenon above the void on his head started to condense. 80 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons began to emerge. They appeared to be very vivid and lively. There's still half of the medicinal power left. If I can make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation in one try, I won't be afraid if I come across that Hu Fei, even if he uses his spirit weapon and the battle takes place in the sky. At that time, I'll be able to avenge Elder Yang. Huang Daniu took a deep breath as he shut his eyes again and continued to cultivate. He rapidly digested the medicinal power of the origin-enhancing fruit that helped operate the origin energy in his body. Gold Peak. This was the strongest peak in the 5-element sect. It was also the main peak that was personally controlled by the sect master of the 5-element sect. Ever since the 5-element sect was formed, the Gold Peak had always been the absolute overlord of the 5 peaks in the 5-element sect. Of course, the reason why Gold Peak was so strong was not just because of the countless powerhouses that were there, but also because of the presence of the sect master of the 5-element sect. The main reason lay with the legacy of the younger generation in Gold Peak. They were the best out of all the peaks in 5-element sect. A broad platform halfway up the mountain of Gold Peak was swarmed with a crowd of people. Many Gold Peak disciples were battling each other, and they fought vigorously like raging fire. The entire place was bustling with activity. This was the battle platform of Gold Peak. As long as one was a disciple of Gold Peak, one could always come here to improve oneself during one's cultivation. 2 figures suddenly showed up in the distance. Like 2 streaks of lightning, they immediately appeared in the sky above the vast platform as they hovered in the air standing on nothing. They were 2 young men who appeared to be in their 30s. They both had handsome looks and graceful bearings. What was most eye-catching was these 2 had an appearance that looked identical to each other. If it was not for the attire and the differences on their clothes, nobody would be able to tell them apart at the first glance. A blue-clad young man hovered there expressionlessly, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. Another man who was clad in red also hovered there. He was smiling as he watched the buzzing activities on the vast platform with great interest. Younger brother, will you look at that? Our martial skills are as intense as always. This is something that the 4 other peaks will never catch up to. Humph. Unlike the cheerful and spirited red-clad young man, the blue-clad young man showed no changes in his expression as he snorted indifferently. It was as if he was trying to tell the other man, I'm more like your big brother, okay? Looking at the demeanor of the blue-clad young man, the red-clad young man could guess his thoughts, but he did not give a damn about it at all. Or it could be said that he had long grown accustomed to it. Ever since they were old enough, they never really cared much about who the real elder brother was. He refused to accept him as an elder brother. At the same time, he did not accept him as an elder brother as well. In their hearts, both of them assumed they were the true elder brother instead. Translator's note. 1 Kurezi translated Tian de Yuan Qi is spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, in many previous published chapters, but since Yuan Qi was always translated into origin energy, I'll be translating it as such from here on. 882. Chapter 883. Planning for the future. It's Senior Brother Chen and Yi. A voice exclaimed loudly on the vast platform. At once, all of the Gold Peak disciples on the platform, including those who were fighting, stopped their actions one by one and lifted their heads up to look at the two young men in the air. At this moment, a hint of respect that originated from the heart could be seen in their eyes. This pair of twins before them were actually the two strongest people in Gold Peak's younger generation. They were also the Peak Masters of Gold Peak. In other words, they were the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Five-Element sect. Senior Brother Chen, Senior Brother Yi, Senior Brother Yi, Senior Brother Chen, all of the Gold Peak disciples who were present greeted the two young men unanimously. The red-clad young man who was known as Senior Brother Yi smiled as he waved towards the crowd. He looked very forward and easygoing. The blue-clad young man who was known as Senior Brother Chen, on the other hand, stood there expressionlessly like he was indifferent to the surroundings. He looked demure and cool. However, the crowd of Gold Peak disciples did not mind this at all. It was as if they were already used to it. Whoosh! Suddenly, the blue-clad young man made his move and disappeared right in front of the group of Gold Peak disciples. The red-clad young man furrowed his brows. After he smiled at the Gold Peak disciples, he immediately gave chase to him. Younger brother, I heard that two powerful young men have just joined Wood Peak a few days ago. Have you heard about this before? The blue-clad young man did not respond. However, his pair of calm eyes undoubtedly conveyed his answer to the red-clad young man. I've also heard that Elder He Gang from Wood Peak was forced to cripple his entire cultivation base by those two young powerhouses. The red-clad young man continued. The blue-clad young man still did not show any signs of responding. The expression he had on his face was like everyone in this world owed him money. However, the red-clad young man did not seem to be discouraged by this and showed no signs of shutting his mouth. Instead, he continued to talk to the blue-clad young man. He talked all by himself without showing any signs of impatience. Time passed by soundlessly. The Battle of the Five Peaks was slowly drawing nearer. The Battle of the Five Peaks was a tradition that ran in the Five-Element sect. It would be held every 3 years and only the disciples from the younger generation of each peak were eligible to take part. At the end of the battle, the peak would be ranked according to the performance of every peak's disciples. The higher the ranking was, the more cultivation resources, such as the origin stone or medicinal pills, the peak would get in the next 3 years. The lower the ranking was, the fewer cultivation resources the peak would get. After a series of benign and vicious cycles, the gap between the 5 peaks of the Five-Element sect was quite distinct from each other. The Wood Peak that had been at the bottom for the past 20 years was even worse. It had never recovered after its setback. The first step that the Wood Peak had to take to get out of that dump was to get rid of the fate of being at the bottom every time and then slowly regain its glory from the past. In the past, even the people from Wood Peak already knew what the outcome would be before the Battle of the Five Peaks even took place. That was, the Wood Peak would definitely come out last again. However, the addition of 2 new young powerhouses to Wood Peak had added a lot of uncertainties to the outcome. For this reason, all the other 4 peaks had their eyes on Wood Peak in this period of time. They were all curious. Would the 2 newly joined young powerhouses be able to help Wood Peak regain its glory? Wood Peak, Creek. In the 3-story pavilion, the door to the room on the top floor opened. A young man dressed in purple walked out from the room to the pavilion balcony. A smile could be seen playing on his lips as he stared at the endless blue sky and white clouds before him with narrowed eyes. Looks like I've underestimated the medicinal power of the rebirth pill. A hint of excitement swept across Duan Lingtian's eyes as he recalled his experience earlier. However, this rebirth pill's medicinal power is truly amazing. I've used it for so long, and it turns out that I've only consumed a little of it. The remaining medicinal power will certainly help me make a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian said to himself. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is too low at the moment. The speed in which I consume the rebirth pill is far slower than the spirit fruit. He let out a sigh. Although his cultivation speed was still rising rapidly with the help of the rebirth pill's medicinal power, the elevation speed was still slower than the speed he gained after consuming the spirit fruit due to the limitation of his cultivation base. Just like the origin-enhancing fruit that he had consumed recently, the medicinal efficacy of that fruit was entirely absorbed in just a few days under the guidance of the supercilious medicinal power of the rebirth pill. Moreover, quite a lot of medicinal power from the rebirth pill was also drawn out by the origin-enhancing fruit's medicinal power, and it allowed him to absorb it. With my ultimate innate talent, coupled with the medicinal power of the rebirth pill, nobody will be able to catch up to me if they don't consume any spirit fruit. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that this was unrealistic. Perhaps, I need to think of a way to get an assorted variety of spirit fruits to assist me in my cultivation. In this case, not only will the spirit fruit be able to help elevate my cultivation base rapidly, it can also help draw out the rebirth pill's medicinal force so that I can absorb more of it. As long as I have a huge amount of spirit fruits to consume, who'll be able to cultivate faster than me in the Cloud Continent? Duan Lingtian believed that as long as he could get his hands on more spirit fruit, coupled with the medicinal power of the rebirth pill inside his body, he would be able to surpass the young powerhouses in the foreign lands who had consumed spirit fruits since they were young. After coming out from the secret that the martial emperor left behind and being united with Tian Wu and the others, I should also start planning for my future. Duan Lingtian continued, I want to make a breakthrough to the void transformation in the shortest time possible. Then, I'll go get myself a rough map of the Cloud Continent and locate the northern desert. After that, I'll find the place where the rebirth martial emperor left behind his huge treasure. Big Brother Duan, a voice suddenly rang by Duan Lingtian's ears. It made him return to his senses instantly. Duan Lingtian did not know when, but Yizan was already by his side. Duan Lingtian looked at her. His spiritual energy instinctively extended out, and he immediately noticed the changes in her. Little Zan, why you actually made a breakthrough to the 9th level nascent soul. Duan Lingtian was astonished. Just a month ago, Yi Zan had just made her breakthrough to the 8th level nascent soul. However, she had made another breakthrough again. Yi Zan chuckled and replied promptly, Big Brother Duan, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to break through so fast. If you did not help me to clean the impurities, I won't be able to possess such an incredible innate talent. Well, I did help you to improve your innate talent, but it has never occurred to me that you'll make such a huge progress. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Big Brother Duan, I saw you staring off into the distance dazedly earlier. What are you thinking about? Yi Zan asked curiously. Nope, nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head and immediately looked at her with a smile. Little Zan, you'll most likely be able to make a breakthrough to the void prying stage and within 3 months with the cultivation speed that you currently possess. Only martial artists who had stepped into the void could be considered as a real true martial artist. Once a person had reached the void, he would be able to walk on air and roam the sky. My target is to make a breakthrough in 2 months. Yi Zan was full of confidence as she continued to add, all right Big Brother Duan, it's time for me to go back and continue my cultivation now. Just as she finished her sentence, she quickly left in haste. What a hasty little girl. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, looks like the Battle of the 5 Peaks is about to take place soon huh? He knew that after the Battle of the 5 Peaks, he would definitely become one of the young representatives of the 5-element sect. He would have to go to the martial emperor's secret to retrieve the things that the 5-element sect needed. After all, the 5-element sect was also one of the 3 major forces in the east side of the northern desert. The more valuable items would be spirit weapons that were higher than grade 2, the concept fragment that was above the 7th level and the priceless profundity fragment. Since this secret was something that was left behind by a martial emperor powerhouse, there were no doubts that there would be quite a number of these things there. By the time I come out from the martial emperor powerhouse's secret and meet up with Tian Wu and the rest, I'll leave Wood Peak in the 5-element sect. This time, I'll give my all no matter what and strive to gain the best benefits for Wood Peak in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. This will be my repayment to the Peak Master of Wood Peak for that origin-enhancing fruit, Duan Lingtian said to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate and at the same time, earnestly learned the wind and thunder concepts. He even successfully made more breakthroughs in the end. Under the anticipation of the 5-element sect's 5 Peaks disciples, the Battle of the 5 Peak finally raised its curtain. The Battle of the 5 Peaks did not have a specific venue. Instead, it was directly held in the air at the powerful Gold Peak in the 5-element sect where it was possible for all the peaks, disciples to demonstrate their full potential. Early in the morning, the space outside of Gold Peak was filled with people that had great strength and vigor. When Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, and Chen Wei arrived, they were also taken aback by the scene before their eyes. What entered their sight was a densely packed crowd. It's Chen Wei from Wood Peak. Soon enough, some disciples from the other peaks recognized Chen Wei. Chen Wei used to be one of the most outstanding disciples in the younger generation from Wood Peak. Many people knew who he was. The purple-clad young man and the towering young man beside Chen Wei seems to be a little unfamiliar. Many people started to notice Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu who were by Chen Wei's side. See, could it be that they are Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu? A voice exclaimed loudly. Instantly, all of the Five Element sect's disciples in the sky turned their heads towards them and stared at the two of them. In no time at all, the two of them became the center of attention for 10,000s of people. Are they the two young powerhouses that Wood Peak just took in not long ago? I heard that when they first joined the Wood Peak, they immediately got rid of that Luo Chen in Wood Peak. Apart from that, they even forced Luo Chen's teacher, He Gang, to cripple his entire cultivation base with his own hands. He Gang is one of the top elders in Wood Peak, and his cultivation base is at the 6th level void transformation. In order to welcome these two and persuade them to stay in Wood Peak, he was willing to sacrifice his entire cultivation base. Looks like Elder He really has a lot of faith in their strength. I'm more interested in seeing if the Wood Peak would be able to change their fate of always coming out last in today's Battle of the Five Peaks. All of the disciples of the Five Element sect had their gazes fixed on both Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu as the discussion continued to go on. 883 Chapter 884, Are you sure you're qualified enough? Duan Lingtian had long grown accustomed to being the center of attention, so he did not really care about it. However, it was different for Huang Daniu. When had he ever seen such a scene before? He could not help but instantly furrowed his brows. It was not until Duan Lingtian and the others moved to one side because of the sudden arrival of one person that the attention and gaze of the crowd finally shifted away. Hu Fei. It's Hu Fei. It's the Peak Master of Fire Peak's direct disciple, Hu Fei. A young man cloaked in a fiery red robe was making his way here in the air from the distance. He was all alone and was extremely aloof. Without any fancy movements, his fiery red robe flared open like a wave of burning flames. Within seconds, he had already reached the other side of the sky that was devoid of people. In the next second, Hu Fei, who was hovering in the air, began to close his eyes to attain mental composure. At this moment, it was like he did not notice the gazes that were focused on him. He stayed there all by himself, and he paid no heed to his surroundings. So, he's Hu Fei. Huang Daniu's face darkened instantly. A dangerous gleam could be seen in his eyes as he stared at the red-clad young man in the distance. The origin energy in his body started to surge. Without warning, he took a step forward, ready to kick the ass of a certain person. Daniu. Chen Wei was sharp. He immediately blocked Huang Daniu and warned scrupulously, I've received news 2 days ago that Hu Fei has managed to make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. 7th level void interpretation. Just 4 short words and it was enough to change the look on Huang Daniu's face. His legs instantly became like lead, and he could not even move an inch. Although he had made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation, he still did not have the confidence to battle it out with a martial artist who was at the 7th level void interpretation. Despite the 1 level difference between the 6th and the 7th level void interpretation, the gap in between was as huge as a chasm. This was because there was a great dividing phase that was hard to cross in between. There was a difference of 20 ancient horned dragons' energy in between the two. And this was under the circumstances where the spirit weapon was not taken into consideration yet. Once both of them unleashed their spirit weapon, the presence of the 7th level void interpretation would not be just a mere 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than the 6th level void interpretation. Instead, the power would be at least 30 over ancient horned dragons stronger. A chilling look swept across Duan Lingtian's eyes. He had been standing quietly by the side before he proceeded to ask Huang Daniu, do you really want to beat him up? Of course. Huang Daniu nodded his head without any hesitation. Faced with such an ungrateful bastard, he really wished he could just go ahead and give him 2 slaps and teach him how to be a proper man. Follow me then. Duan Lingtian laughed and stepped out in the air. He made his way to Hu Fei, who still had his eyes closed to attain mental composure. Duan Lingtian. Chen Wei, who had just returned to his senses, was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, and saw him flying forward while exuding an incredibly strong self-confidence. Based on what he knew about Duan Lingtian, he had absolutely no idea where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. Previously, Duan Lingtian seemed to have nothing to go against the bandit leader who was at the 7th level void interpretation when he faced him. At that time, his variant was obviously useless against a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. However, right now, after knowing that Hu Fei was a 7th level void interpretation martial artist, Duan Lingtian still charged forward. Apart from that, strong confidence could be seen emanating out of his body. Could it be that he has managed to break through? Chen Wei's eyes narrowed. A startled look appeared on his face. Yes. After hearing Duan Lingtian's word, Huang Danyu was initially stunned before he hastily followed suit. He knew that Duan Lingtian had taken the origin-enhancing fruit previously. From what he could see, since even he himself had made a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian must have broken through as well. Looks like, we'll have an interesting show today. When Chen Wei saw Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu making their moves, he smiled and followed them as well. Yang Ling was his senior uncle. Before this, Hu Fei could be considered as his senior brother too. However, the moment Hu Fei betrayed his senior uncle and shifted to become the disciple of Fire Peak's Peak Master, he no longer regarded Hu Fei as his senior brother. Apart from that, there were countless times that he wished he possessed a strength that was much more powerful than Hu Fei. If that was the case, he would be able to avenge his senior uncle and give this half-cooked ungrateful bastard a good lesson. Now that somebody could help him realize this wish, he was truly overjoyed from the bottom of his heart. The three of them glided towards Hu Fei. Within seconds, they stopped not too far away from him, with only 100 meters between them. There were no doubts that the actions of these three people immediately attracted the attention of the others. What are they trying to do? 10 years ago, Hu Fei betrayed Wood Peak and joined Fire Peak. Could it be that Duan Lingtian and the other two are here to get revenge for Wood Peak? Maybe. It's just that, are they really Hu Fei's opponent? As far as I know, Hu Fei has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. Many people started to raise a babble of discussion. Some even spilled out the juicy details that Hu Fei had broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. An uproar instantly erupted. What? Hu Fei has broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. Impossible. Another breakthrough so fast. No wonder the Peak Master of Fire Peak was willing to pay a high price to get him over to Fire Peak 10 years ago. It turns out that it's because his innate talent's so strong. The 7th level void interpretation, then, does it mean that his strength is actually on par with Gold Peak's Nangong twins? The Nangong twins are also only at the 7th level void interpretation. A group of 5 Element Sect's disciples was discussing lively. The shock could be seen on their faces. Hu Fei actually made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. This was a completely shocking news. After all, in the past, the Gold Peak's Nangong twins were the only people from the younger generation of the 5 Element Sect that made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. However, now, a third person had appeared. Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Perhaps it was because Hu Fei heard the noise of the discussion and his surroundings had something to do with Wood Peak. His eyes that were originally closed to retain his mental composure, finally opened gradually. Within seconds, a calm gaze immediately locked on Duan Lingtian and the other two who were 100 meters away. After Hu Fei's gaze swept across Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu, his gaze finally landed on Chen Wei before he greeted him faintly, "Junior brother Chen Wei." Humph. However, Chen Wei would not even give Hu Fei a spare glance even when he took the initiative to greet him. He sneered sarcastically, "In my eyes, the senior brother Hu Fei from last time is already dead. You're the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. I, Chen Wei, dare not claim ties of kinship with someone that has a high status like you. Therefore, call me directly by my name please." It was apparent that Chen Wei's remark was mocking the fact that Hu Fei betrayed Yongling and Wood Peak. Hu Fei's face darkened instantly when he heard the sarcasm. His voice turned cold in an instant. "Chen Wei, I've no idea where you get that courage from, but how dare you talk to me like that?" Hee, as expected of the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. What an exuberant manner. Chen Wei continued to laugh mockingly. It was not that Chen Wei had confidence in Duan Lingtian's ability to deal with Hu Fei. Even if Duan Lingtian was not Hu Fei's opponent, Chen Wei would still be unable to suppress his censure when faced with Hu Fei. All of this was because he looked down on Hu Fei, this ungrateful bastard, from the bottom of his heart. When Hu Fei saw how Chen Wei was reaching for a yard after taking an inch, 2 flashes coldness shot out of Hu Fei's eyes. His voice was deep and cold as he said, "Chen Wei, you don't think that, these 2 trashes around you can stop me, right?" Trashes. Huang Danyu's face darkened immediately. It had never crossed his mind that, trashes, would be the first word used by Hu Fei to describe him and Duan Lingtian. After all, he had never had any interactions with Hu Fei prior to this. Suddenly, Huang Danyu burst out in wrath. His pair of eyes were shining with a blood-curdling chill. "Stop you!" Just as all the gazes from the 5-element sect disciples landed on Duan Lingtian and the other 2, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Hu Fei indifferently. "Are you sure you're qualified enough?" Duan Lingtian asked calmly. "Are you sure you're qualified enough?" Although his voice was not loud, it was completely filled with origin energy. It passed into the ears of everyone in the audience, and it made all of the 5-element sect's disciples stunned and bewildered. Is this, Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he provoke Hu Fei? Is he trying to look for death? What big balls this Duan Lingtian has. How dare he infuriate Hu Fei? Among all of us younger generations from the 5-element sect, I'm afraid only the Gold Peaks Nangong twins are not afraid of Hu Fei, right? I have to say though, I kind of admire Duan Lingtian's courage. Still, he's doomed now. Of course, in the past 10 years, anyone who dares to say bad things behind Hu Fei did not have a good ending. Many people have gone missing, and I'm pretty sure they're all killed by him. Apart from that, their bodies must have been destroyed as well. Every single one of the 5-element sect's disciples was currently looking at Duan Lingtian with a hint of pity in their gazes. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian's strength was quite powerful, they could vaguely feel that this young man who looked about 25 years old was not a match for Hu Fei after seeing him in the flesh with their own eyes. After all, Hu Fei had broken through to the 7th level void interpretation. He was the 3rd man among the younger generation of the 5-element sect to have reached the 7th level void interpretation. In their opinions, Duan Lingtian would never be Hu Fei's match. Hu Fei was taken aback upon hearing Duan Lingtian's remark. He was completely shocked. When had he ever been provoked like this in the 5-element sect? Moreover, it was by a young man who only appeared to be about 25 years old. Based on his words, it was obvious that this young man showed no sign of respect towards him at all. "Boy, you're looking for death." Hu Fei was angry. He was completely furious. In the next moment, chills flashed across his eyes. He immediately began to make his move. A huge towering flame rose up from his body, and like an enormous flaming beast, he charged out within seconds. Under all the watchful eyes, the enormous flaming beast charged towards Duan Lingtian as it opened its mouth wide. It was as if it was about to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Many of the 5-element sect disciples could not bear the sight and closed their eyes. In their opinions, Duan Lingtian would be crippled, if not dead, when faced with a charging Hu Fei who was furious. At this moment, Hu Fei had completely lost his senses. He had long thrown the 5-element sect's rule behind his mind. All he could think about was to kill this purple-clad young man standing before him who dared to provoke him. When Duan Lingtian saw how Hu Fei, who was enveloped in flames and was charging towards him with 180 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above his head, he only snorted as his eyes narrowed. A dark light flashed across the depth of his eyes. 884 Chapter 885, The Nangong Brothers. Thousand Illusions. As a dark gleam flickered in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the spiritual energy that he had long accumulated dived into the depths of his soul easily to the soul brand and cast his soul skill. In an instant, the illusory space rolled out and covered a radius of more than 100 meters. It engulfed Hu Fei, who was charging towards him as well. Whirlwind. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian moved from his position and flew to the side. At the same time, he looked at Huang Danyu leisurely and told him through voice transmission, "Danyu, do as I say." Hu Fei, who was soaring with flames like an enormous fiery beast, missed his target under all the watchful eyes of the audience. Just when everyone thought Hu Fei was about to pounce again and charge towards Duan Lingtian, they noticed that Hu Fei, who was entirely covered in flames, was still standing in the same spot while he looked around in confusion. A hint of caution could be seen in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he had come across something extraordinary. At this moment, in Hu Fei's eyes, he was standing in a vast expanse of desert with nobody around him. An illusion. Hu Fei's face darkened. He immediately knew what had happened to him. "I didn't sense any inscription or inscription formations fluctuation at all," Could it be that a unique demon beast with one of a kind innate talent is trying to plot against me? This was the first suspicion that rose in Hu Fei's heart. In his opinion, since the illusion that he currently faced was not caused by any inscription or inscription formation, this meant that it had to have come from some spiritual energy approach that was similar to a soul skill. The only person among all human being martial artists who could create illusion through spiritual energy approach was none other than the legendary martial emperor. Naturally, he would never think that it was the martial emperor who was playing this trick on him. What a joke! The martial emperor only needed a single thought to kill him. Why would he be playing a trick like this? For this reason, it had to be the demon beast who was creating mischief in the dark. Apart from that, the demon beast's spiritual energy had to be at the 7th level void interpretation at least. Otherwise, it would be unable to affect him. Don't use qi, just as Hu Fei opened his mouth and was about to say, "Don't use cheap shots if you have balls," a strong breeze suddenly blew towards one side of his face, and his face darkened greatly. Slap! Before Hu Fei could even figure what was happening, one side of his face was already slapped loudly. The force even caused his head to turn to the other side. He could not help but spat out a mouthful of broken teeth. At the same time, that side of his face became completely swollen. It was obvious that this person had shown no mercy. Who's that? After Hu Fei, who was stunned by the slap, spat out his broken teeth, he finally regained his senses. The look on his face immediately darkened as the flames on his body soared up again. Whoosh, 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 comma. At the same time, a pair of spirit weapon gloves that were made of unknown materials appeared on Hu Fei's hands. He raised his hands up and slapped out his palms over and over again, all over his body. It was like an invisible and extensive gigantic dense net that enveloped and protected his entire body. Wham, 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 comma. Hu Fei flung his palms again and again in the air. It caused the airflow in the air to compress. A blood-curdling explosion could be heard in the air, and it was deafening. Many solidified palm prints whizzed and landed on one side of Gold Peak's cliff wall. In a series of loud rumble, dust and sand were also being swept up. In the sky, other than Duan Ling Tian, Chen Wei and Huang Daniu who was hovering in the air quietly, there were no other changes in their expression. As everyone watched Hu Fei who had gone crazy in the air, each and every one of the 5-element sect's disciples were stunned and bewildered. Can anyone tell me what's actually happening right now? I don't know. After this Hu Fei charged towards Duan Ling Tian and missed his attack. He's not continuing his attack. Instead, he just stays in the same spot looking around. It's like he can't find Duan Ling Tian at all. What a joke, Duan Ling Tian is just right there. He's not far away from him at all. How is it possible that he can't see Duan Ling Tian? Then tell me what's he doing now? When Huang Daniu got close to him, he didn't even notice anything. He just took that one slap on his face. Don't tell me Hu Fei is crazy now. The group of 5-element sect's disciples was completely stunned. They had absolutely no idea what was happening at the moment. After a short while, perhaps due to exhaustion, Hu Fei finally slowed down his movements. Daniu. Duan Ling Tian looked towards Huang Daniu and gave him a smile. Huang Daniu's eyes lit up instantly. Once again, under the watchful eyes of the spectators, he moved towards Hu Fei and stopped in front of him after a moment. He lifted up his hand again and threw another hard slap towards him. At that moment, the crowd of 5-element sect's disciples who were watching the scene was absolutely horrified. They had chills running down their backs. Many of them could not help but wonder. Would Huang Daniu succeed again this time? Slap! Another crisp and loud sound reverberated in the air and answered the question in their hearts. Hu Fei's head immediately tilted to the side. Once again, he spat out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with many broken teeth. Many of the 5-element sect's disciples could only feel their bodies shuddering in fear. This Huang Daniu was a little too hard on him, wasn't he? The other half of Hu Fei's originally intact face also became completely swollen at this moment. His entire face was similar to a pig's face. It was difficult to see his true facial features now. No matter who you are, you'll certainly die. You'll die. Hu Fei, who was slapped twice and became a pig face, kept roaring in anger. At the same time, the speed of his hand movement sped up, and huge palm marks formed a layer of protective enclosure that kept him protected inside. Perhaps, this was the only way he could get a sense of security that he wanted. Hu Fei's roars of anger entered the ears of the 5-element sect's disciples who were present at the scene. It startled and astonished them. Does Hu Fei not know it's Huang Daniyu who slapped him? What the hell is happening actually? Not only did Hu Fei not notice Huang Daniyu's approach, he even took 2 of his slaps just like that. What's worse, he doesn't seem to know that it was Huang Daniyu who slapped him. Is he really going crazy? I don't think he's crazy. I think he's going blind. Each and every one of the 5 Element sect disciples stared at Hu Fei with their mouth agape. They found the scene that was unfolding before their eyes defied all logic. The situation was totally inconceivable. Who could tell them what was actually going on now? I think he's not only blind, he's deaf as well. We've said so much and yet, he doesn't seem to have heard a single word we've said. I also think that he's now blind and deaf. But, how did he become like this all of a sudden? Other than Hu Fei, Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniyu and Chen Wei, all of the 5 Element sect disciples present on the scene were completely dumbfounded. A look of confusion could be seen on their faces. Until now, they still did not know what had happened. When they saw Hu Fei's movements slowing down again, all of them shifted their eyes back to Huang Daniyu. They were all curious which part of Hu Fei he would go for this time. Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Wei and asked with a smile, "Chen Wei, do you want to have a go?" Previously, when Huang Daniyu had slapped Hu Fei twice and retreated back to his original position, Duan Lingtian had noticed Chen Wei's slight eagerness. Now that the opportunity presented itself again, he could not help but ask that question. Sure, the moment Chen Wei heard that, his eyes instantly sparkled. In a flash, he proceeded to move towards Hu Fei. Under Duan Lingtian's encouragement, Chen Wei punched out a lightning-like punch. The hit landed directly on Hu Fei's head, and it sent him flying backward instantly. Of course, he had already shown some mercy. Otherwise, he could definitely kill Hu Fei off with just this one blow. Although he hated Hu Fei to the core and wanted to avenge his senior uncle Yang Ling, it had never crossed his mind to take Hu Fei's life. All that he wanted was to teach him a lesson. He felt like he was in a dream now that his wish had finally come true. He reached out and pinched his own thigh. The waves of violent pain that came from his thigh seemed to be telling him, "This is not a dream. This is all real." Who. At this moment, Hu Fei, who was sent flying with a bloody and badly battered head, looked around in a fluster. However, he did not look at Chen Wei at all. The crowd of the 5 Element sect's disciples instantly felt chills running down their spines. Was this Hu Fei possessed? Nobody knew when, but suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the sky. A blue-clad young man and a red-clad young man. The blue-clad young man had an indifferent look on his face. It was as it had nothing to do with him even if the sky fell down. However, a hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. It was like he had noticed something peculiar. After the red-clad young man returned to his senses from his astonishment, he saw the surprise in the blue-clad young man's eyes just in time. Curious, he could not help but ask, "What's wrong? What did you notice?" Spiritual energy. The blue-clad young man, who was usually taciturn, opened his mouth. His voice was cold and extremely taciturn. Spiritual energy. The red-clad young man's eyes lit up immediately. Do you mean right now Hu Fei's acting this way because of spiritual energy? Could it be that he's encountering some illusion? As he was saying these words, the red-clad young man could not stop himself from guessing. This time, the blue-clad young man did not answer him. He only stood there in silence. However, the pair of eyes that seemed to be without luster was staring fixedly into the distance on a person. And that person was none other than the purple-clad young man who was standing in the sky not far away from Hu Fei, Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that he had found out that the owner of the spiritual energy was Duan Lingtian. When the blue-clad young man stared at Duan Lingtian also seemed to have noticed something. Without warning, he raised his head up and looked up at the sky. Within seconds, 2 figures who were camouflaged in the clouds entered his sight. Twins. Although they were separated by a distance, Duan Lingtian had eyesight that was far greater than ordinary people. In just a glance, he could clearly see that the 2 young men before him looked exactly the same. The blue-clad young man, in particular, was staring at him as if he could see through him completely. An inscription master. Soon after, Duan Lingtian could feel a faint wave of rippling spiritual energy. It came from none other than the blue-clad young man. When he felt this, he could not help but be alarmed by it. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was able to confirm one thing from the blue-clad man's spiritual energy's ripple. The blue-clad young man's spiritual energy was in no way weaker than his. Duan Lingtian was very clear about the meaning behind this. See, could it be that these two are the Nangong twins whom those five-element sect's disciples mentioned earlier? Duan Lingtian's heart jumped. 885 Chapter 886, The Gathering of Young Powerhouses. Don't use such a cheap shot if you have balls. Or could it be that you people from Woodpeak only know how to rely on external force? Looks like I'm the one with a better foresight after all. Thank goodness I've left Woodpeak early. Otherwise, it would have been a disgrace to me, Hu Fei, to associate myself with you people. Hu Fei continued to bellow in anger. As he roared, he kept moving his body swiftly in fear of being attacked again. 2 slaps and 1 hit had left him with a pig face and a bloody battered head. He was currently in a complete mess. All signs of the supercilious manner that he had shown earlier had been thrown out of the window. The crowd of five-element sect's disciples watched Hu Fei, who had transformed into a ball of flames that kept sweeping across the sky with their mouth wide open. They believed that the scene that they were currently witnessing would be the most unforgettable sight in their entire lives. Hu Fei, the third 7th level void interpretation martial artist in the younger generation of five-element sect, was acting like he was possessed and had seen a ghost in front of the 3 Woodpeak disciples. That Duan Lingtian is definitely not simple. Of course, there was no lack of meticulous people among the five-element sect's disciples. Their gazes immediately landed on the purple figure in the distance. From what they could see, the scene unfolding in front of their eyes was all caused by that purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian. At first, Hu Fei raised a hue and cried. He wanted to teach Chen Wei a lesson and even said that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were both trashes. That time, they clearly saw the looks on Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's faces. Huang Daniu was enraged. His eyes were red and he had almost lost his cool. As for Duan Lingtian, he remained cool and took a step forward before casting a glance at Hu Fei faintly and asked, "Are you sure you're qualified enough?" That time, all of them had only one thought. The same thought with most of the five-element sect's disciples. They had all thought that Duan Lingtian was merely seeking for his own death. This was because he was too young after all. No matter what, it was hard for them to associate Duan Lingtian with a martial artist who could defeat Hu Fei. However, as time went by and things had developed to this stage, they had no choice but to re-evaluate Duan Lingtian. From the moment he provoked Hu Fei, everything seemed to be in Duan Lingtian's control. He was the real master pulling the strings behind the scene. He did not seem to be afraid when he faced Hu Fei, who was enraged. In fact, he still appeared unperturbed. It was not until that short perilous moment when Hu Fei charged towards him that he finally dodged to the side. Ever since then, he had never left that position. He stood at the same spot as he watched Hu Fei, performed, like he was watching some circus performance. This Duan Lingtian is definitely a person who should never be provoked. A few of the five-element sect's disciples who had returned to their senses could instantly feel chills creeping up their spines all the way to their brains. They could not help but shudder in cold. Only one thought unknowingly crept into their minds. They would rather provoke Hu Fei than Lingtian. Nobody noticed when, but another 3 young men were coming from the distance side by side. The young man on the right, who was staring at the moving globe of flame in the air, could not stop himself from asking, "Huh? Who's that?" The moment the young man on the right saw the heaven and earth phenomenon in the sky, his expression changed a little. T2, 150, 200 F50 Ancient Horned Dragon's Energy. He was extremely clear what this 250 Ancient Horned Dragon's Energy actually meant. Even a 7th level void interpretation martial artist would need to comprehend the 7th level intermediate concept and activate a 3rd grade spirit weapon before mobilizing the heaven and earth energy to form this heaven and earth phenomenon. "It's Hu Fei," the young man in the middle growled deeply. He was wearing a green robe, and he looked completely ordinary. A hint of caution was shining faintly in his eyes as he murmured, "Initially, I thought that I'll be fit enough to fight with Hu Fei the moment I broke through to the 6th level void interpretation, but who would have ever thought that he's already at the 7th level void interpretation?" After he murmured to himself, the green-clad young man let out a sigh. What? The instant the 2 young men at his sides heard his remark, their eyes completely widened as they stared in shock at that young man who was in that globe of fire that was constantly roving about. That young man's face was so swollen that he resembled a pig and half of his face was stained with blood. He looked like a complete wreck. It was difficult for them to associate this young man with Hu Fei, the strongest person in the younger generation of Fire Peak. Who's the one who made Hu Fei look like such a wreck? The green-clad young man shifted his attention from Hu Fei to another place. Among the younger generation of the Five-Element sect, the only people who could make him into a wreck were most likely the two Nangong twins from Gold Peak. However, the two Nangong twins and Hu Fei usually steered clear away from each other. There was no reason for them to do such things to him. Not to mention the fact that the two Nangong twins were currently not present on the scene. His gaze slowly shifted from Hu Fei to the three figures standing close to Hu Fei. Out of the three young men, he only recognized one of them. It's Chen Wei from Wood Peak. Before this, he had never seen Chen Wei as his match, and currently, it was still the same. His gaze quickly landed on the other two people. The two of them must be the young powerhouses that Wood Peak recruited earlier, right? If I remember correctly, they're called Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, right? A guarded look could be instantly seen in the green-clad young man's eyes. He could faintly feel the reason why Hu Fei became such a wreck was most likely because of those two people. Tian Zhen, you're early. Nobody knew when, but a soft and sweet voice could be heard suddenly. The green-clad young man shifted his glance abruptly and landed on a girl who was coming from the distance in the sky. The girl was dressed in green, and she was extremely graceful. Although she was not extremely beautiful, she could still be considered as quite good-looking. It was enough to make many men fall for her. The moment she appeared, many of the Five-Element sect disciples instantly shifted their attention towards her. It's Senior Sister Tan Huan. Senior Sister Tan Huan's here. Within seconds, most of the Five-Element sect disciples' attention shifted from Hu Fei, who was seemingly going crazy, to this green-clad girl. In the distance, when Duan Lingtian cast a glance towards her, his eyes immediately lit up instantly, unlike usual. The spiritual energy that he extended out immediately told him that this green-clad young woman had a cultivation base at the 6th level void interpretation. It was very rare for a woman so young to have a cultivation base of 6th level void interpretation. The instant Chen Wei saw Duan Lingtian's gaze on her, he announced meticulously, "She's Tan Huan, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. She's also the strongest person in the younger generation of Water Peak. Her cultivation base is at the 5th level void interpretation." 5th level void interpretation. When Duan Lingtian heard Chen Wei's words, he shook his head with a smile. "Chen Wei, she's not as simple as being in the 5th level void interpretation, you know." "What?" Chen Wei completely lost his cool as he bellowed, "Why, you mean, she has already made a breakthrough?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "I can't believe she has broken through." As if he was hit by a realization, Chen Wei let out a sigh. When his gaze shifted towards Duan Lingtian, he could not help but let out a faint smile. So what if she had made a breakthrough? Today, nobody could stop Wood Peak from rising again as long as they had Duan Lingtian with them. Narrowing his eyes, Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he stared at the green-clad young man who was surrounded by another two men. "Who's that green-clad young man who's talking to Tan Huan?" The reason why he took notice of this man was because he found out that this man had also entered the 6th level void interpretation. "He's Tian Zhen from Earth Peak. He's the son of the Peak Master of Earth Peak." Chen Wei added with a look of caution, 2 weeks ago, he has already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. It's just that it has never crossed my mind that Tan Huan would break through as well. Looks like this battle of the 5 peaks this time would be quite interesting." As he said that, Chen Wei laughed out loud. There were the Nangong twins in Gold Peak. There was Duan Lingtian in Wood Peak. There was Tan Huan in Water Peak. There was Hu Fei in Fire Peak. There was Tian Zhen in Earth Peak. Under the brilliant splendor of Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu appeared to be dim and dull. That was why he was completely left out by Chen Wei. Of course, this was also because Chen Wei had yet to find out that Huang Daniu had also entered the 6th level void interpretation. Otherwise, he would never have thought this way. "Tian Zhen, is that Hu Fei? What's going on here?" Tan Huan's gaze was now focused on Hu Fei, who was still moving non-stop. Her face was filled with astonishment. She had no idea what had happened to Hu Fei, to the point that he was reduced to such a wreck. "I've only just reached as well." Tian Zhen shrugged, indicating that he had no idea as well. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the howling of 2 waves of piercing wind resonated in the sky. Without warning, 1 red and 1 blue figure appeared in front of everyone. They attracted everyone's attention. These were 2 young men who looked exactly identical to each other. The red-clad young man had a gentle smile on his face, and it gave off a pleasant feeling. The blue-clad young man stood there with a cold expression, and it gave off a feeling like he was unapproachable. The 2 of them stood together. One was quiet while the other was lively. It looked quite peculiar. It's senior brother Yi and Chen. The Five-Element sect disciples' eyes lit up instantly as they exclaimed loudly in surprise. Senior brother Yi, senior brother Chen, all of the Five-Element sect disciples started to greet the two enthusiastically. Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, a pair of twin brothers. At the same time, they were the direct disciples of the strongest person, the sect master of Five-Element sect, in Five-Element sect. Not only did they have an untouchable position in Gold Peak, they could also be considered as God's favored one in the entire Five-Element sect. The moment the red-clad Nangong Yi, who was as warm as fire, appeared, he looked towards Tian Zhen and Tan Huan before smiling and congratulating them. Junior brother Tian, junior sister Tan, congratulations. Instantly, most of the Five-Element sect's disciples looked towards the two of them. Did senior sister Tan Huan break trough as well? Plenty of them started to whisper and speculate. Tian Zhen remained indifferent. After all, the news that he had made a breakthrough had long spread out 2 weeks ago. It could not be considered a secret at all. Senior brother Yi, you've already found out. Tan Huan looked startled. She did not expect Nangong Yi to find out about her breakthrough. After all, other than her master, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and herself, there was no other person who knew about this. Now that she was seen through by Nangong Yi, how could she possibly not be shocked? She believed that her master would never spread the news about her breakthrough. 886 Chapter 887, The Appearance of the Senior Officials. Junior sister Tan, when you first arrived there was a moment when your speed was raised to perfection, although the heaven and earth phenomenon still hasn't consolidated and form a shape yet. I could see that your speed at that time was definitely not as simple as the 5th level void interpretation, Nangong Yi said as he smiled. It added more charm to that originally handsome face. This made a group of Five-Element sect's disciples, including Tan Huan as well, blushed uncontrollably. They were charmed by his speech and manner. In that case, did you arrive here early, senior brother Yi? Tan Huan returned to her senses. She looked at Nangong Yi and let out a charming smile on her delicate face. Probably a little earlier than you, junior sister Tan. Nangong Yi nodded. At this moment, Tian Zhen, who was at the side, seemed to have been hit by a sudden realization. A light instantly flashed across his eyes as he asked bluntly, senior brother Yi, then did you arrive earlier than me? You, Nangong Yi laughed, yeah, slightly earlier I guess. So, does this mean that you know what happened to Hu Fei earlier, senior brother Yi? Tian Zhen's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. Well, I don't really know the details since I've only just arrived not long ago. However, I'm sure that many of our brothers and sisters must have seen the entire scene with their own eyes, Nangong Yi replied while he looked at the crowd of Five-Element sect's disciples in the distance. His eyes were filled with wisdom. Senior brother Yi, I know. At this moment, an ordinary-looking female disciple stepped forward excitedly. In just a short moment, she had already appeared not far from Nangong Yi. She looked at him with an overjoyed expression on her face. To the female disciples of Five-Element sect, the Nangong twins were undoubtedly their dream lovers. They had dreamed countless of times, and the dreams usually contained the shadows of these two strongest younger generation disciple of Five-Element sect. What's your name, junior sister? Nangong Yi smiled at that female disciple. The latter was blushing and felt completely out of breath. After a moment, she finally returned to her senses. She was a little excited and nervous as she replied, Senior B, brother Yi, I'm Chen Bai. Junior sister Chen, a dazzling smile appeared on Nangong Yi's face, adding more charm to it. Smiling, he reassured, don't be nervous, just tell me what happened earlier. Oh okay, Chen Bai nodded her head. She inhaled deeply and began to calm herself down. At this moment, all of the other Five-Element sect's female disciples were all filled with jealousy. They were all itching to take her place. Chen Bai has beaten us to it. Why didn't I react just now? Otherwise, it would have been me instead of Chen Bai who's in the limelight in front of senior brother Yi. Many of the female disciples were feeling regretful. In the distance, Duan Ling Tian, who saw this scene, was stunned into speechlessness by it. What's so good about the Nangong twins? They're just some pretty boys. Furthermore, if I really have to say it, I'd say Duan Ling Tian is even more handsome than they are. How could those dumbstruck girls be so shameless over them? Huang Daniu snorted. It was as if he did not approve of the Five-Element sect's female disciples' reactions. Daniu, Chen Wei, who was standing by the side, shook his head as he smiled. the reason they're popular is not just because of their good looks, what's more important is the fact that they're the best young disciples in our five-element sect. In this world where the strongest became king, the charm of a man did not lie only in looks. It lay even more on his martial prowess. If his strength was extremely weak, so what if he was extremely handsome? As long as a man who was very ugly had abundant strength, he would be able to decide his own fate with just a lift of his finger. Nangong Chen, Duan Ling Tian stood by the side quietly and exchanged a glance with the blue-clad young man in the distance. This young man's cold expression, taciturnity, and aloofness to his surroundings gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was something that Nangong Yi never gave him. Initially, I thought that with my current strength, and the fact that I have the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, I'll be able to hold the title, hero, among the younger generation of five-element sect's disciples. However, it seems like I've underestimated the five-element sect, Duan Ling Tian murmured. He did not have complete faith in himself when it came to Nangong Chen. As they stood beside Nangong Yi, Tian Zhen, Tan Huan, and Nangong Chen quickly learned about the sequence of events from that five-element sect's female disciple. The three of them instantly looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu and stared at them fixedly, as if they were trying to figure them out. Interesting, looks like this time Wood Peak might not come out last after all, Nangong Yi smiled. As the saying went, let things go if they did not affect one personally. However, Tian Zhen and Tan Huan who were at the side could not be as calm as Nangong Yi. Their faces instantly turned bleak. When they exchanged glances with each other, they could see the sparks that were flickering in each other's eyes. If it was really Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu who carried out that trick, then they had no confidence that they would be able to defeat the two of them. After all, at this moment, even Hu Fei who was stronger than them had already fallen for their trick. They knew that they were much more inferior compared to Hu Fei, the Fire Peak's disciple. For this reason, the peak that would come out last among the five-element sect's 5 peaks would be either Water or Earth Peak. And none of them was willing to let the peak that they were in rank last. The peak that ranked last would not be able to get its hands on any of the good cultivation resources that would be issued simultaneously by the five-element sect traditionally in the next 3 years. This was because all of the good cultivation resources would be split between the first 4 peaks that were ranked in front of them. As an analogy, the peak that ranked last could only eat the remaining leftover dishes after the 4 peaks were done with their sumptuous meals. But, just now, senior brother kept yelling and he seemed to be saying something about external force. The female disciple added. External force. Tian Zhen and Tan Huan were looking each other with sparks in their eyes. The moment the words left her mouth, their eyes instantly lit up. If the trick that was played on Hu Fei came from some external force, then they really did not have to worry at all. After all, during the Battle of the 5 Peaks, all the representatives from every peak would not be allowed to use any external force including spirit weapons. They could only rely on their origin energy and concept to battle it out. The reason why this rule was implemented was because the five-element sect did not wish to see any peak disciple meet with an accident. If they used their spirit weapons, the senior officials of the five-element sect that would be present on the scene might not be able to provide timely assistance to the five-element sect's disciple who was in danger. In the past, the five-element sect had suffered many losses similar to this. For this reason, all of the young representatives of every peak were not allowed to use any external force, including their spirit weapon, in the Battle of the 5 Peak now. They'll never be Hu Fei's opponent if they did not rely on external forces. At the same time, they're not necessarily our opponents as well. With a tacit agreement, Tian Zhen and Tan Huan exchanged glances and smiled. Both could guess the other party's thoughts. Whoosh, 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 all of a sudden, the wind and the clouds in the sky shook, and immediately afterward, streaks of shadows appeared out of thin air. There were middle-aged men and old men among this group of people. Seeing these people, all of the five-element sect's disciples present on scene immediately stood straight in respect before they finally shifted their gaze respectfully to the plain-clothed middle-aged man standing in front. Sect leader. Sect leader. Sect leader. All of the disciples of the five-element sect immediately paid their respect to that plain-clothed middle-aged man. He's the sect leader of the five-element sect. Duan Ling Tian also instantly shifted his gaze towards that plain-clothed middle-aged man. That middle-aged man wore plain clothing, and he was very ordinary looking. There was a look of determination on his face, and that pair of calm eyes were particularly deep and dark. It was as encompassing as the vast ocean that could contain hundreds of rivers. Duan Lingtian immediately shifted his gaze to the back and saw Yongling and Ke Zheng. At this moment, both of them were following suit behind a gray-clad middle-aged man. The gray-clad middle-aged man, on the other hand, was standing side by side with another 3 men behind the sect leader of the Five-Element sect. He's the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Duan Lingtian wondered in his heart. Unlike the sect leader of the Five-Element sect who was ordinary-looking, although the Peak Master of Wood Peak was already more than half a century old, and the years had left a trail of great vicissitudes on his face, it was still easy to see from his features that he was one of those rare handsome men when he was young. Oh, Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that the Peak Master of Wood Peak was staring straight at him and even nodded as he flashed a smile at him. "You're Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian's immediately eardrum trembled, and the magnetic voice of a middle-aged man entered his ear. There was no doubt that the owner of this voice was none other than the Peak Master of Wood Peak. "Greatest respect to you, Peak Master. Also, thank you for the origin-enhancing fruit that you gave me the other day, Peak Master," Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. After a moment of silence, the voice of the Wood Peak Master sounded again. "Do you have confidence in getting 3rd place?" 3rd place. The moment Duan Lingtian heard the Peak Master's question, he was stunned for a moment before he finally came back to his senses. He understood what the Peak Master was trying to imply. It was nothing more than the specific ranking of the 5 peaks after the Battle of the 5 Peak ended today. The Peak Master was actually asking him whether he was confident in obtaining the 3rd place for Wood Peak. "Peak Master, my goal is to be at least 2nd in rank. If there's a chance, I'll take the 1st place." A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes as he replied using the voice transmission. "Ha ha 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 ha, good, that's good. If you can really get the 2nd place, I'll owe you a favor. In the future, if you have any request, I'll fulfill them all as long as they're within my power and does not harm the Five-Element sect." The voice transmission from the Peak Master was filled with laughter as he gave his words. "Thank you, Peak Master." In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this promise that the Peak Master had just made was given for free. "Hu Fei, what the hell are you doing?" Suddenly, a loud voice roared and awakened Duan Lingtian. As he looked towards the voice, he noticed that there was an old man who was standing beside Wood Peak and behind the sect leader of the Five-Element sect. He was solemnly staring at Hu Fei, who was still flying around. Hu Fei's antic was all taken in by the old man. This was also the reason that caused him to have a dark expression on his face. Spiritual energy. At this moment, the small middle-aged fat man who was standing beside the old man suddenly narrowed his eyes as if he had discovered something peculiar. What a strong spiritual energy! Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a strong sense of spiritual energy surging towards him. It instantly smashed his illusory space that was forged by the soul skill, 1000 illusions, into pieces. Duan Lingtian instantly shifted his gaze towards the middle-aged fat man as he asked Chen Wei, who was standing by the side, "That short fatty is the Peak Master of which peak?" 887 Chapter 888, Tian Gu's Dread. "He's the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Tiangu," Chen Wei replied. "The Peak Master of Earth Peak?" Duan Lingtian raised his brows. "Then, does this mean that he's Tianzhen's father?" "Yes," Chen Wei nodded. Earth Peak. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Earth Peak. Before he joined the Five-Element sect and was still in Settlement City, the Earth Peak's disciples who were laying low at the Earth Peak's point of operations had tried to lure him into Earth Peak by using a 2nd-grade spirit weapon and a 7th-level concept fragments. Due to this reason, he had some interactions with Earth Peak before. After witnessing Tiangu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak smashed his illusory space into pieces and looked over at him promptly. Duan Lingtian immediately knew that the Peak Master had discovered that he was the owner of the spiritual energy that had forged the illusory space. Duan Lingtian was not bothered by it. Without even an ounce of fear, he looked up to meet his gaze. However, Duan Lingtian and Tiangu quickly looked away from each other and shifted their gazes to another place at the same time. Nobody knew when, but the old man who was standing beside Tiangu had vanished from Duan Lingtian's eyes and reappeared again beside Hu Fei, who was deeply perturbed. He was beaten into becoming pig face, and he was in a quandary now. "Hu Fei, what were you doing earlier?" With a solemn face, the old man snapped. It had never crossed his mind that this disciple whom he was usually proud of would be such a wreck today. Furthermore, it was right in front of the Five-Element sect's senior officials and disciples. It brought disgrace to his name. "He's Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak," Chen Wei's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. In fact, even if Chen Wei did not inform him, he would also be able to guess the identity of this old man. That old man was that person who was standing side by side with Tianjiyu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, and their Wood Peak's Peak Master earlier. There was a total of 4 people who were standing in a row behind the sect leader of the 5-element sect. As a result, their identities immediately became apparent. They were obviously the Peak Masters of the other 4 peaks other than Gold Peak. Master. At this moment, Hu Fei finally returned to his senses. When he saw Cha Bai in front of him and noticed the peculiar-looking gazes around him, his eyes were immediately filled with a blood-curdling and chilling gleam. Chen Wei, I'm going to kill all of you. Without warning, Hu Fei turned to Duan Lingtian, Huang Danyu and Chen Wei who was standing nearby. The flame that rose up from his body instantly broke loose as he was about to charge towards them. Slap! A crisp sound reverberated in the air. It was Cha Bai who gave him a slap. It was so hard that half of Hu Fei's face became even more swollen than before. Don't you think you've been disgraceful enough? Hints of wrath could be heard in Cha Bai's deep voice. After Hu Fei received such a slap from Cha Bai, he shuddered involuntarily. Startled, he finally regained his full senses and quickly hung his head down in shame. Master, I'm sorry for being so useless. I'm sorry for embarrassing you. However, if they didn't use external force in the first place, I wouldn't have become such a wreck like this. Please be rest assured, Master. Once the Battle of the 5 Peaks starts, I'll let them repent their entire lives if they dare to play such tricks again. The moment the words left Hu Fei's mouth, he gritted his teeth. His eyes that were filled with hatred gleamed with iciness as it swept across Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Upon hearing Hu Fei's words, the 5-element sect's disciples who were at the surroundings burst into an uproar. External force. Hu Fei was reduced to this mess by some external force. They finally understood the situation immediately. No wonder the situation was so bizarre earlier. It turns out that those people from Wood Peak used some external force to make Hu Fei suffer from such a debilitating loss. Humph. Nobody's allowed to rely on any external forces in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Otherwise, he would be disqualified. Looks like these 3 men from Wood Peak men down on their lucks then, if they don't admit defeat. Now I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how senior brother Hu Fei who has been humiliated like that would retaliate against those 3 men from Wood Peak. Many of the 5-element sect disciples buried their heads together in discussions. They thought that Duan Lingtian and the other 2 would face their nightmare soon. Of course, there were a few exceptions as well. For example, the Nangong twins, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, Tianjiyu, Wood Peak and the 2 old men standing at the back, Yang Ling and Ke Zhang. Senior brother Yang, looks like these 3 little fellows helped avenge you. Ke Zhang smiled as he told Yang Ling. Yang Ling nodded his head gently. However, he did not seem to be unnerved at all. At this moment, his gaze fell on Hu Fei, who was healing the wound on his face speedily with a speed that was visible to the naked eyes after he had taken the healing medicinal pill, with hints of complicated gleams in his eyes. After 10 years, he noticed that he was not as angry as he was anymore when faced with this disciple who had betrayed him in the past again. Right now, everything did not matter so much to him anymore. Time really could wash away everything. Now, the 4 other Peak Masters, please meet with your Peak's young representatives, and we'll start the Battle of the 5 Peaks in 30 minutes. When that time comes, the 5 Peak will rearrange the rank, and we'll set the dividing of the sect resources all peaks will obtain in the next 3 years based on this rank, the sect leader of the 5-element sect announced loudly soon after. The 3 Peak Masters behind the sect leader instantly took their own elders who were standing behind with them and scattered away. They flew across the sky to the side not far away. Similarly, the Peak Master of Wood Peak brought Yang Ling and Ke Zhang to Duan Lingtian and the 2 others. Peak Master. After Duan Lingtian and the 2 greeted their Peak Master with a smile, they turned to Yang Ling and Ke Zhang and greeted them as well. At the same time, Duan Lingtian managed to find out the name of their Peak Master was Qiyu through a voice transmission from Chen Wei. As for the sect leader of the 5 elemental sect, his name was Guo Chong. Tianjiyu, that Peak Master of Earth Peak, brought along a Wood Peak elder to meet Tianzhen. Father. Tianzhen greeted Tianjiyu respectfully. As for the 2 people beside him, they also followed suit and greeted him, Peak Master. Tianjiyu smiled and nodded. However, although he had a smile on his face, concern could be seen between his brows. It was as if he was worried about something. As if he could sense what his father was worried about, Tianjin reassured, "Father, don't worry. I'll definitely defeat the two young powerhouses that Wood Peak found. I'll never let the Earth Peak rank last." When he heard Tianjin's reply, Tianjiu shook his head, "No." Huh, Tianjin was puzzled. "Junner, your opponent this time is not the two men from Wood Peak, but Tan Huan from Water Peak instead," he said as he looked to the distance. Over there, Tan Huan met with a middle-aged woman. That woman was none other than the Peak Master of Water Peak, Yu Fang. She was a member of the fairer sex, but she was able to emerge as the Peak Master of one of the 5 peaks in 5-element sect, Water Sect. This, itself, was more than enough to show that she was not a simple figure. Her cultivation base was definitely not in any way inferior to Cha Bai and Tianjiu. "Father, if I'm to go against Tan Huan, I might not be able to win against her. After all, she has already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation as well." Tianjin let out a bitter smile. In the past, when he and Tan Huan were both still in the 5th level void interpretation, they had fought against each other once. That time, he was just a little bit inferior to her. Originally, he thought that he would be able to defeat Tan Huan now that he had achieved the 6th level void interpretation, but it had never crossed his mind that Tan Huan managed to do it too. What? Tianjiu was taken aback. She made a breakthrough as well. "Looks like this time, our Earth Peak is in danger. Junner, you must really put out all your efforts to defeat Tan Huan. Otherwise, our Earth Peak would be silenced for the next 3 years from now on." "Father, what are you saying? Even if I can't defeat Tan Huan, I can still defeat that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu from Wood Peak. I heard that they're just at the 5th level void interpretation," Tianjin exclaimed. "Humph." Tianjiu snorted. "Do you really think a person who's able to wreck Hu Fei would only be at the level of 5th level void interpretation?" Tianjin was stunned before he quickly continued, "Father, didn't Hu Fei say it himself earlier? It's because the 3 people from Wood Peak relied on some external force that they were able to ruffle him. During the Battle of the 5 Peaks, nobody's allowed to use any external force at all." A confident smile flashed across his face when he finished talking. "Once they can no longer rely on their external force, it's not hard for me to defeat them if I want to." "External force?" Tianjiu snorted. "When Hu Fei said it's an external force, you really believe that it's an external force? Looks like the name that I gave you that time was really apt." Tianjin, naive. 1. "Father, what do you mean?" Tianjin became more solemn as he could vaguely feel that something was not right. "You must know that other than a martial artist, I, your father, am also an inscription master who has some knowledge in the inscription field. I can release my spiritual energy out of my body. What you should know that it was me who saved Hu Fei earlier," Tianjiu replied. "Father, I know that you're an inscription master, and I also know that an inscription master can release his spiritual energy out. However, what do you actually mean by you saved Hu Fei?" Perplexed, Tianjin asked. "If I'm correct, Hu Fei was in a place that's similar to an illusion earlier. And that illusion was created from spiritual energy." Taking a deep breath, Tianjiu whispered his speculation to his son. "What? An illusion? An illusion that was created by spiritual energy on top of that?" Panic-stricken, Tianjin's eyes narrowed immediately as he exclaimed, Don't tell me that there's a special demon beast who's gifted in soul brand and could cast the soul skill even before it has entered the Emperor stage beside the 3 of them." "Humph. If that really is the power of a demon beast, then it'll still be considered as an external force, and it won't affect the Battle of the 5 Peaks." After he snorted, Tianjiu continued to say with caution, "But, the problem is, after I've used my spiritual energy to break open the illusion that was cast from spiritual energy, I noticed that the owner of that spiritual energy is actually Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian. The moment these 3 words entered Tianjin's ears, it was like a thunder shocked him to his core. He was so shaken that horror dawned on his face instantly. "Father, why you mean that Duan Lingtian could use spiritual energy to create an illusion? Don't tell me he's a demon." Tianjin gasped, the shock could be seen on his entire face. Demon. Even if he was the weakest demon ever, he would still be at least at the 1st level void transformation. He would only need 1 blow to defeat him. Of course not. Although his spiritual energy is pretty good, it's still far away from the void transformation level. I suspect that he might be a variant that's born from a human and a demon, the kind of variant who possesses an innate ability that could defy heaven. Tianjiu voiced out his speculation. Translator's note. 1. Some clarification. Tianjin means, Naive, in Mandarin. 888 Chapter 889, 10 Pieces of Paper. Variant. The moment Tianjin heard this word, his eyes narrowed instantly. Astonishment crept up his face. Naturally, he had heard of the word, variant, before. It was either mediocre or overwhelming. Innate ability, the power he displays is a type of innate ability. Tianjin stared at Tianjiu. A deep sense of dread could be seen in his eyes as he exclaimed in surprise with his voice transmission. This is the only plausible explanation, Tianjiu nodded. His face was extremely glum. After all, a person who was neither a demon nor a martial emperor that could use his spiritual energy to cast a skill similar to the soul skill could only be a variant. It would never cross Tian Gu's mind that the reason Duan Ling Tian was able to create an illusory space with his spiritual energy was not because he was a variant or something. Instead, it was because he had inherited a soul brand in the depth of his soul. That soul brand was created by an inscription master. Although that inscription master did not have a particularly impressive cultivation base, his perseverance in the inscription field had always been very terrifying. This could be clearly seen from the soul brand that he had managed to research. Father, I'll give it my all. After learning about Duan Ling Tian's background, Tianjin gave up on the idea of competing with Wood Peak. His attention was now fully focused on the girl who was standing in the distance. Tan Huan from Water Peak. He must win against her for the sake of Earth Peak. 2 young representatives from every peak. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel shocked after learning of the Battle of the Five Peaks rules from Qiyu, the peak master of Wood Peak. In the Battle of the Five Peaks, all 5 peaks from the 5-element sect would send out 2 representatives each. Both representatives must be a disciple of the younger generation. The representatives for our Wood Peak would be you and Daniu. Work hard, all right. Yang Ling smiled as he encouraged Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu. Don't worry, Elder Yang. Duan Ling Tian and I will get first place for the sake of Wood Peak in this Battle of the 5 Peaks. We'll bring Wood Peak to the top of the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Huang Daniu proclaimed confidently as he waved his fist around. Of course, the reason why he dared to make such a claim was because of the faith he had in Duan Ling Tian. Due to this, he had faith that they would be able to help Wood Peak to get first place in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Naturally, he could guess what was in Huang Daniu's mind. However, in his opinion, he thought that Huang Daniu had underestimated the Gold Peak a little too much. After all, even he did not have complete confidence in getting the first place. He was very certain that the Nangong twins would be the representative for Gold Peak. He was not really scared of Nangong Yi, but Nangong Chen, on the other hand, was a different story. After all, just like him, Nangong Chen was an inscription master as well. Perhaps Nangong Chen might not be as good as he was in the attainments of the inscription field. However, as an inscription master, Nangong Chen could move his spiritual energy freely as well. Coupled with the fact that the level of Nangong Chen's spiritual energy was on par with his own spiritual energy, his soul skill, 1000 illusions, would not affect him at all. No need for first place, it's already good enough if you can get second place. Shaking his head, Qiyu looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled. Don't you think so, Duan Ling Tian? I'll do my best, Duan Ling Tian replied earnestly. I have faith in you, Qiyu nodded his head. Gold Peak, where the 5-element sect leader, Guo Chong, was at. Now, there were 2 extra figures standing beside him. 2 young men who looked identical to each other, twins, one was wearing red while the other wore green. They were none other than Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. The 2 of them were the direct disciples of Guo Chong, and they were also the only disciples of his. Be it Nangong Chen or Nangong Yi, both of them were geniuses who were extremely gifted in martial Dao. Although they were only slightly over their 30s, they were already the leader among the younger generation in the 5-element sect. There's no problem, Guo Chong suddenly opened his mouth. It was apparent that he was asking the 2 disciples beside him. He's no match for Duan Ling Tian. To their surprise, this time, the person who answered first was not Nangong Yi but Nangong Chen, who usually wore a cold expression. When he was answering Guo Chong's question, it was obvious that Nangong Chen's usual cold face had kind of eased a little. Oh, a gleam flashed across Guo Chong's eyes. Curiously, he asked, why do you say so? Master, that Duan Ling Tian is a little monster. Based on mine and Yunj, just as Nangong Yi wanted to say the word, younger brother, he immediately sensed the sharp cold glare that Nangong Chen shot him. At once, he could only gulp the word, brother, down. After gulping down the word, he continued to go on, well, based on his and my observation, we suspect that Duan Ling Tian is a variant. Variant. The moment Nangong Yi finished his sentence, Guo Chang's eyes narrowed immediately. His face was in shock, and he was appalled. As the sect leader of the five-element sect, he naturally knew what the word, variant, meant. Variant. It was either mediocre or heaven-defying. And apparently, Duan Ling Tian was not the former. What makes you think that he's a variant? Guo Chang asked. Nangong Yi inhaled deeply and told them everything that he found out. Naturally, the thing that he told them was the incident where Hu Fei was tricked by Duan Ling Tian. After Guo Chang was done listening to the entire story, he stared at Nangong Chen glumly. Although he had noticed Hu Fei's weird antic when he first arrived, after that he kept hearing Hu Fei mumbling about some external force, so he thought Duan Ling Tian and the rest had used some external force on him. It had never crossed his mind that it was not external forces at all, it turned out to be Duan Ling Tian's variant's innate ability after all. Yes, Nangong Chen nodded his head hard. He was extremely sure about it. Guo Chang took a deep breath. He knew this disciple of his through and through. He would never nod his head if he was not fully confident. What level is his spiritual energy? Guo Chang continued to ask. Not in any way inferior to mine, Nangong Chen replied truthfully. 7th level void interpretation. Guo Chang narrowed his eyes as he was struck dumb with astonishment. No wonder you said Yer is not his match, looks like he must have kept his cultivation base hidden, or he had taken some spirit fruit that could help enhance his soul. As the sect leader of the five-element sect, Guo Chang was a man who had traveled far and seen a great deal. In just a split second, he could already guess many things. Chen'er, what are the chances of you defeating him? Guo Chang asked. After a moment of silence, Nangong Chen finally replied, 90%. Not 100%. Guo Chang frowned. No matter how many years had passed, Gold Peak had always been the first peak in the five-element sect. Its status had never once wavered. However, today, if the Gold Peak lost to Wood Peak, the legacy that the Gold Peak had shaped since the forming of the five-element sect would be destroyed. This was not something he wanted to see. No, Nangong Chen shook his head. His cold piercing gaze was staring at the purple figure in the distance. He gives me a very dangerous feeling, I'm not sure if he can pull off a miracle. A miracle? Guo Chang frowned the moment he heard his word. However, he eased up again in a flash. A calm smile appeared on his face. Yeah, that's true, he's a variant after all. A variant, especially those variants that had an innate ability, was also known as God's favorite in the Cloud Continent. In the history of the five-element sect, there had never been a variant before. And right now, when he, Guo Chang, was ruling the five-element sect, a variant had suddenly decided to appear. Just this alone would let all the later generations in the five-element sect remember him forever. At that time, they would say, back then, we had a sect leader whose name was Guo Chang in the five-element sect. During the generation when he was in a ruling position, a variant who possessed innate ability appeared in the sect. Fire Peak. The Peak Master of Fire Peak, Cha Bai, had a glum look on his face. His eyes that were staring at the few people in Fire Peak were burning with an extreme fiery wrath. It was like a fire that could burn everything down. To him, having his own direct disciple being humiliated like that was a shame. A true undisguised shame. Duan Ling Tian, Huang Danyu. As long as you dare to battle it out with me, even if I can't kill you, I'll make sure to cripple the two of you completely. It's only through this way that I can eliminate the abhorrence in my, Hu Fei, heart. In Hu Fei's eyes, there was nobody but the two young men left in this world. His eyes that were glaring at the two of them were crimson red, as if it was about to devour them. Water Peak. Huaner, you've already made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. I think there should be no problem for you to defeat those two men from Wood Peak, however, I hope that you'll be able to defeat Tian Zhen as well so Water Peak can continue being the 3rd peak in the five-element sect. The Peak Master of Water Peak, Yu Feng, spoke solemnly. Don't worry, Master, I'll give my all. Tan Huan nodded her head. Today, other than the 4 young disciples from the Golden Wood Peaks who were already in place, there were another 3 extra people other than Hu Fei, Tan Huan and Tian Zhen in Fire, Water and Earth Peak. Soon, 30 minutes had gone by. The rules are as usual. The sect leader of the five-element sect, Guo Chang, spoke slowly as he glanced around at the peak masters of the other 4 peaks. Just as the peak masters of the 4 peaks had their eyes focused, and all the 5-element sect disciples in the surroundings were watching them intensely, Guo Chang suddenly made his move. Whoosh, 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 comma. As Guo Chang lifted his hand up, 10 swift lights rose up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds within seconds. What's going on? Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu was confused. They just joined the 5-element sect not long ago, and this was their first time experiencing the Battle of the 5 Peaks. It was their first time witnessing such occasion. It's 10 pieces of paper, the numbers 1 to 10 are written on the paper, and 10 young men from the 5 peaks will battle it out separately based on the sequence written on top until the ranking is decided, Chen Wei explained. The Battle of the 5 Peaks are divided into 2 stages, individual and team battle. This will be the first stage, individual battle. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Huang Daniu narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in shock, those are actually 10 pieces of paper. My goodness, no wonder he's the sect leader. What a horrifying strength. If he threw those papers at me, I don't think I'll be able to save myself. Contrary to Huang Daniu's cries of surprise, Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face. Guo Chang, the sect leader of 5-element sect, had a cultivation base that was most likely at the peak level of the void. For a master that had reached the peak of the void, even a piece of paper would become a lethal weapon in his hands. Wish, 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 comma. At this time, the 10 papers slowly fell from the sky. Their speed slowed down as they continued to spin. 889 Chapter 890, Nangong Yi's Charm. The papers were spinning, occasionally revealing the numbers on them. Seeing that the papers were getting closer, all of the peak master of the 5 peaks, including Guo Chang, the sect leader of the 5-element sect who was also the peak master of the gold peak, immediately made their moves. Whoosh! With just a raise of Guo Chang's hand, a wave of invisible energy soared up to the sky and swept towards the 10 pieces of papers. Breaking it in full fury, the gush of energy completely filled the air with a series of ear-deafening explosions. Boom, 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 comma. Qi Yu the Peak Master of Wood Peak, Cha Bai the Peak Master of Fire Peak, Yu Feng the Peak Master of Water Peak and Tianji Yu the Peak Master of Earth Peak all made their moves at almost the same time as well. However, they were not as fast as Guo Chang was. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, 2 sheets papers looked as if they were drawn by 2 invisible forces. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into 2 lightning bolts and charged towards Guo Chang before it was grabbed by his hand. Just like this, Gold Peak had obtained their 2 papers. Number 1 and 10. Duan Lingtian had a sharp eye. Long before the 2 papers were drawn towards Guo Chang, he had already seen the numbers on the papers. He knew that these were the numbers chosen by Guo Chang, and the reason why he chose these numbers must be pretty advantageous for Gold Peak. Whoosh, whoosh. The second person who obtained the next 2 papers were Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. He was also the second strongest person in the 5-element sect and was recognized by most of the sect's members. The papers that he had gotten hold of were number 5 and 6. It was also apparent that he had deliberately chosen these numbers. As for the other peak masters of the 3 other peaks, their powers were all evenly matched. In the end, they rearranged the remaining 6 papers and just randomly selected 2 each. Hold this, Qi Yu passed the 2 papers to Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian got number 5 while Huang Daniu took number 6. What's this for? Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu exchanged glances. Confusion could be seen on their faces. In the individual battle of the 5 peaks, the first and the last number will start first and battle it out against each other. For example, contestant number 1 and contestant number 10 will enter the first round while contestant number 2 and contestant number 9 will enter the second match, Chen Wei explained. By the same token, contestor number 5 and contestor number 6 will enter the 5th match. This will be the first round. Realization finally hit Duan Lingtian with a pang. Then, this means that Daniu and I will go against each other in the first match. Then, as Wood Peak's representatives, we can discuss which of us will advance to the next round first, right? Exactly, Chen Wei nodded his head. No wonder the sect leader would snatch number 1 and 10. Looks like he has the same idea too. Duan Lingtian finally understood everything clearly now. Very soon, the Battle of the 5 Peaks finally raised its curtain. The first match, contestant number 1 versus contestant number 10. Gold Peak, contestant number 1, Nangong Chen versus contestant number 10, Nangong Yi. Contestant number 10, Nangong Yi advanced to the next round. Oh, Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Nangong Yi would be the person advancing to the next round. Logically speaking, since Nangong Chen knows that I can forge illusion with my spiritual energy, and he also knows the level of my spiritual energy, he must know that Nangong Chen is no match for me. However, why did he let Nangong Yi advance to the next round? Duan Lingtian was completely puzzled about this. After hearing Chen Wei's explanation, he finally understood why. In the individual battle of the Five Peaks, as the battle advances to the end, those people who were eliminated before can challenge anyone that they like other than the one who had defeated them earlier on, Chen Wei said. It would go on this way until the rank of the individual battle was set. For this reason, the advancement of Nangong Yi into the next round did not mean that Nangong Chen would not have a chance to reach the top rank. Instead, he would become the finalist in the battle and help Gold Peak rank first during the crucial moment. Among the two of you, I'll also recommend that Danyu enter the next round first. In the meantime, Duan Lingtian, you should recuperate and build up your energy first. Unless the other 8 people from the 4 peaks are no match for Danyu and he obtains the first place, you'll still have the opportunity to surpass Danyu's rank, Chen continued to add on. Alright, Duan Lingyan nodded his head. As for Huang Danyu, he naturally had no objections towards this. He acknowledged the fact that he was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Since that was the case, he might as well let Duan Lingtian rest, and he could take the lead in the race himself. All the same, when the battle had reached the end, the person who would snatch the top rank for Wood Peak would be Duan Lingtian anyway. After contestant number 10, Nangong Yi had entered the next round. It was contestant number 2 versus contestant number 9 now. Contestant number 2 was the other female disciple from Water Peak. Contestant number 9 was Hu Fei from Fire Peak. Faced with Hu Fei, the female disciple was aware of her position. She immediately conceded defeat and contestant number 9, Hu Fei, was promoted to the next round. The battle of the 5 peaks continued. Contestant number 3 versus contestant number 8. Contestant number 3, Tian Zhen from Earth Peak. Contestant number 8, another male disciple from Earth Peak. Tian Zhen conceded defeat, and like Nangong Chen, he recuperated and built up his strength. After the overall results were released, he would then initiate a challenge and get a good rank for Earth Peak. Contestant number 8, the other male disciple from Earth Peak, made it into the second round. Contestant number 4 versus contestant number 7. Contestor number 4 was the other male disciple from Fire Peak. Contestant number 7 was Tan Huan from Water Peak. Contestor number 7, Tan Huan, made it into the next round. Finally, it was the turn of contestant number 5, Duan Lingtian, and contestant number 6, Huang Danyu. Duan Lingtian conceded defeat, and Huang Danyu entered the next round. Just like that, the results of the first round came out. Coincidentally, those who had conceded defeat or was defeated were all contestants number 1 to 5. Contestants number 6 to 10 had all made it into the next round. They were Huang Danyu, Tan Huan, a male disciple from Earth Peak, Hu Fei and Nangong Yi. They would continue in the next round where the first contestant would battle the last contestant again. The first match, Huang Danyu versus Nangong Yi. Both of them stood in the air directly opposite each other. Danyu, this Nangong Yi has long made a breakthrough into the 7th level void interpretation. Even if you give up this match, nobody will laugh at you. This were the exact words Chen Wei told Huang Danyu before he went up for the match. However, he still chose to enter this match without any hesitation. According to him, it was a rare opportunity that a martial artist who was at the 7th level void interpretation would battle it out with him. Since there was no critical danger involved in this battle, he did not want to pass up this opportunity. How dare this Huang Danyu battle it out with Senior Brother Yi? He really does not want to live anymore. Senior Brother Yi is a 7th level void interpretation martial artist. I heard that this Huang Danyu is only at the 5th level void interpretation. I wonder where he got his courage from. How daring of him to fight against Senior Brother Yi. I'm sure Senior Brother Yi only needs a blow to beat him easily. The 5 Element sect's disciples who were watching from the side were raising a babble of criticism. Nobody believed that Huang Danyu was Nangong Yi's match. I heard that you're one of the strongest duos in the younger generation of the 5 Element sect, and your cultivation base has already entered the 7th level void interpretation. However, I wonder if you dare to battle it out with me over there. Huang Danyu ignored the discussions from their surroundings. He looked at Nangong Yi earnestly as he stretched out a finger at the same time and pointed it towards the sheer cliffs at the other side of Gold Peak. The moment he heard Huang Danyu's words, Nangongyi raised his eyebrow and asked, "So, you've comprehended the earth concept, huh?" It was apparent that he had guessed Huang Danyu's intentions. He simply wanted to borrow the earth energy by using his earth concept to battle with him. "Yes, naturally, you can always refuse it," Huang Danyu continued. "However, even if you refuse, I'll still battle against you, although I know that I'll lose this match." At this time, the group of 5 Element sect's disciples who were watching turned quiet instantly. Obviously, they were all eager to know whether Nangongyi would agree to Huang Danyu's absurd request. "Why should I refuse?" Nangong smiled in reply to Huang Danyu. As expected from senior brother Yi. Although he already knows that his opponent had comprehended the earth concept and would borrow the earth energy the moment they get close to the ground, he still agreed to this unreasonable request of his opponent. How charming. I'm sure not everybody has that. Of course. Who do you think senior brother Yi is? All the best, senior brother Yi. I believe that even if your opponent borrows earth energy, he's still no match for you. Senior brother Yi, please make this Huang Danyu lose and let him acknowledge his defeat sincerely. A group of 5 Element sect's disciples were shouting loudly in excitement. All of them had great faith in Nangongyi. Whoosh! Huang Danyu flew away, and in just a blink of an eye, he had already reached the side of Gold Peak's sheer cliffs. He slowly closed his eyes, and he took in a long, deep breath. It was as if he was trying to sense something. Instantly, waves of solid khaki-colored energy began to emit out of Huang Danyu's body. Without warning, it fluctuated vigorously like it was resonating with the earth. At this time, Nangongyi appeared in front of him. When he saw the rippling power around Huang Danyu's body, he could not help but be taken aback. "Looks like I've underestimated you," Nangongyi murmured to himself. Wish. Nobody noticed when, but the solid khaki-colored energy around Huang Danyu's body seemed to have undergone a completely new transformation as it emanated ripples of blood-curdling aura. Immediately, heaven and earth phenomenon began to solidify, and it took form on the space above his head. Multiple silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared from thin air in a mighty formation. The number kept increasing, it was as if it would keep going on forever. 50, 70, 100, and it was still increasing. Gradually, the increase slowed down and finally stopped for good. 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were hovering at the space above Huang Danyu's head. 185 pairs of sharp piercing eyes were looking at Nangongyi as though they would pounce on him at any moment. How's this possible? This Huang Danyu is actually this strong. The 185 silhouettes of the ancient horned dragons shook the group of 5 Element sect's disciples who were watching by the side to the core. Even Tan Huan from Water Peak and Tian Zhen from Earth Peak were completely filled with dread. 6th level Void Interpretation, 6th level Intermediate Earth Concept, coupled with the earth energy that you borrowed from your earth concept, you're indeed qualified to fight with me. Nangongyi opened his mouth and directly spilled out Huang Danyu's background. 6th level Void Interpretation and the full force of his origin energy was about the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons. 6th level Intermediate Earth Concept was about the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. The amount of earth energy that he borrowed using this level of earth concept was about the strength of 35 ancient horned dragons, which was also half of the amount of the energy that the earth concept retained. Adding all of them up together, the energy totaled up to 185 ancient horned dragons. I look forward to fighting you. Huang Danyu took in a deep breath. His eyes were staring fierily at Nangongyi, casting everything aside. Just that charm of yours that's willing to let me borrow the earth energy using my earth concept alone is enough to gain my, Huang Danyu's admiration. Haha, interesting. Faced with Huang Danyu's straightforwardness, Nangongyi immediately felt a sense of liking towards him. As he laughed loudly, the origin energy in his body rose and formed waves of bluish turquoise-colored waves before it engulfed his entire body. That was the fusion of both origin energy and water concept. 890 Chapter 891, A Head-on Fight. When did Danyu comprehend the 6th level intermediate earth concept? When Duan Lingtian saw the 185 silhouettes of the ancient horned dragons above Huang Danyu's head, he could not help but be taken aback. He was not surprised that Huang Danyu's cultivation base had made a breakthrough to the 6th level void interpretation. After all, just like him, Huang Danyu had also consumed the origin enhancing fruit. Its medicinal efficacy was enough to help him make a breakthrough. However, what took Duan Lingtian by surprise was the fact that Huang Daniu had actually comprehended the 6th-level intermediate Earth concept. He still remembered that when he first saw Huang Daniu a month ago, he was still at the 5th-level intermediate Earth concept. In other words, his 6th-level intermediate Earth concept was only recently acquired. Swish! Suddenly, a series of turbulent air flow resonated in the air and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Right above the head of Nangongyi, who locked in a stalemate with Huang Daniu, the heaven and earth energy became chaotic as it converged into the heaven and earth phenomenon at a stunning speed. 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared first. It seemed like it was trying to tell all the people in the surroundings the cultivation base that Nangongyi possessed. 7th level void interpretation. Without delay, another 90 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons emerged and wriggled as they descended, accumulating their strength for their next strike. 8th level intermediate water concept. When Duan Lingtian saw this, his eyes narrowed instantly. It had never crossed his mind that Nangongyi's strength was actually this powerful. In addition to his remarkable cultivation base, he had even comprehended the 8th level intermediate water concept. Without the use of any spirit weapon, his strength had already amounted to the strength of 190 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Huang Daniu, who borrowed the earth energy with his earth concept, Nangongyi was still better than him by one tally. He still had a strength that was 5 ancient horned dragons more than him. 7th level void interpretation, 8th level intermediate water concept. When Huang Daniu saw the strength that Nangongyi displayed, he also turned pale in astonishment. After taking a deep breath, color began to appear again on his face. His eyes were staring fixedly at Nangongyi. Although the difference of 5 ancient horned dragons was quite huge, he was still a match for Nangongyi with the power that he borrowed from the earth energy. After all, the earth energy had given him an extra strength of 35 ancient horned dragons. If he had not borrowed the earth energy with the help of his earth concept, the gap between Nangongyi and him would not be as simple as only 5 ancient horned dragons. Instead, it would be a gap of 40 ancient horned dragons. The gap of 40 ancient horned dragons was more than enough for Nangongyi to defeat him in just one blow. Senior Brother Yi is so powerful. No wonder Senior Brother Yi dared to agree to Huang Daniu's absurd request earlier. It turns out that there's no need for him to fear Huang Daniu, who relies on the earth energy at all. So what can this Huang Daniu do after borrowing the earth energy? He's still no match for Senior Brother Yi anyway. Many 5-element sect's disciples who were watching the scene were staring fixedly at Nangongyi with their intense gaze. In their eyes, Nangongyi was a presence that they could not surpass but could only look up to. At the same time, he was also the main pillar of their 5-element sect's future. Bring it on. Nangongyi smiled at Huang Daniu. His entire body was enveloped in a halo that was formed by a turquoise blue wave. The moment Huang Daniu heard this, he inhaled deeply. Every muscle in his body swelled up, and the khaki-colored energy around his body started to fluctuate again. In the next moment, a part of his khaki-colored energy split up and formed a stone platform beneath his feet in a rapid speed. The instant the stone platform appeared, Huang Daniu immediately made his move. Wham! Both of his legs crashed on the stone platform, resulting in a loud ear-piercing bang. The stone platform instantly cracked. A series of cracks that spread to all directions appeared on top of it and interlocked with each other, making it look just like a spider web. In a flash, the cracks were all over the platform. With a boom, the platform exploded and turned into dust. Swoosh! At the same time, Huang Daniu, who had borrowed the energy from the stone platform, shot out abruptly. He charged towards Nangongyi like a cannonball. He lifted up his hand, and he smashed a fist towards him. Wham! The blow was like an avalanche. A vast amount of khaki-colored energy surged out like a khaki-colored divine dragon that was baring its claws while charging towards Nangongyi. At the same time, in the space above Huang Daniu's head, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out as well and rushed towards the 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Nangongyi's head. Bam! 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 Huang Daniu spared no effort in his blow. The punch that contained 185 ancient horned dragons shook the air and caused it to become turbulent. It set off a series of ear-jarring sound of explosion. If I have to face Huang Daniu, who had borrowed the earth energy, even I would not be able to withstand that blow if I don't use my soul skill. The scene in front elicited a complicated look in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He suddenly felt that, from the past until now, he seemed to have been a little too dependent on his soul skill. Of course, in his heart, he knew clearly that the reason he relied on his soul skill Thousand Illusions so much was because it was the strongest technique that he had mastered so far. Due to the fact that the level of his spiritual energy was higher than his cultivation base, the effect of the soul skill was much more powerful than his own ability. Perhaps, it's not quite good that my spiritual energy did not make a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation after my cultivation base had entered the 6th level void interpretation last time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, to a certain extent, the presence of this soul skill Thousand Illusions had affected Duan Lingtian's desire to improve. At the very least, he had slacked a little when it came to the cultivation of his martial skill. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Ever since Duan Lingtian had entered the initial stage in Drift Cloud Town, he had never once cultivated it. Instead, he had focused all of his attention on elevating his cultivation base and comprehending concept. He had attended to one thing and lost sight of another. Boom! A loud noise reverberated. It prompted Duan Lingtian, who was lost in his thoughts, to return to his senses. He lifted up his head to look at the source of the sound. It turned out that in the face of Huang Danyu's overwhelming blow that contained the strength of 185 ancient horned dragons, Nangongyi did not choose to shrink from it. Instead, he decided to go against it directly. All the same, a punch was smashed out and directly clashed with Huang Danyu's punch. Instantly, khaki-colored energy and blue-colored energy collided together. After making a deafening loud noise, it set off a series of horrifying sound of explosion. At the same time, the airflow in the air was constantly suppressed and exploded, resulting in waves of hurricanes that surged all over the place in continuous succession. Whoosh, 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 the hurricanes continued to wreak havoc as it blew the robes of the people on the scene and whistled continuously. Some of the 5 Element sect's disciples who had lower cultivation base turned pale and could not help but stepped backwards to a certain distance as they narrowed their eyes and tried to withstand the hurricane that was charging from the front. On the other hand, people who had no fear towards this hurricane, including Duan Lingtian, were looking at the changes in the scene with a glum look on their faces. Nangongyi had actually chosen to directly confront Huang Danyu. It was apparent that he also had the same intention as Huang Danyu to finish everything off in one blow. Finishing the battle in one blow might seem simple. However, in actual fact, the skills that were needed were not little. First of all, the person who had a head start would gain the upper hand. And the upper hand had been taken away by Huang Danyu. Under such circumstances, even if Nangongyi's strength was 5 ancient horned dragons more than Huang Danyu, nobody dared to say that he would be able to suppress Huang Danyu with such a direct hit. Boom, 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 in the distance, a series of explosions kept resonating. The airflow in the air swept across and ceaselessly set off waves of hurricanes that spread in all directions. During the match, Nangongyi and Huang Danyu suddenly halted in mid-air. Their fists were smashed against each other. A gush of aqua-blue energy that was like waves and waves of tsunami kept rolling forward. It was as if it was going to send the obstacle in front flying backwards. In the face of that khaki-colored energy, it had no time to show any mercy. The energy that was still bubbling up continued to rush out ceaselessly, and it even formed a sort of strange resonance with the gold peak nearby. The two of them were locked in a stalemate without any changes. After borrowing the earth energy, Huang Danyu's actually this strong. He's basically fought to a standoff with senior brother Yi. One of the 5 Element sect's disciple exclaimed in surprise. No matter what the result is today, this Huang Danyu will definitely be well known in our 5 Element sect and become a new strong young powerhouse in our sect. With Huang Danyu's strength and the help of the earth energy, I guess only senior brother Chen and Yi are able to fight against him in our 5 Element sect. Even senior brother Hu Fei is no match against him. Exactly. Although senior brother Hu Fei has already broken through to the 7th level void interpretation, he's only comprehended the 7th level void interpretation concept. Without the help of any weapon, his strength is 10 ancient horned dragons weaker than senior brother Yi. Not to mention that he's also 5 ancient horned dragons weaker than Huang Danyu currently. If the both of them clash directly, senior brother Hu Fei is most likely not a match for Huang Danyu. However, this Huang Danyu needs to be in a specific environment before he can borrow the massive energy that the earth energy possesses. Senior brother Hu Fei can always avoid this kind of specific environment that's beneficial to Huang Danyu. You do have a point as well. The group of 5 Element sect disciples buried their heads together in discussions. With their words, they started to compare Huang Danyu and Hu Fei unconsciously. This Huang Daniu actually possesses such strength. Hu Fei's face darkened to the highest degree the moment he heard those words. Previously, when he had found out from a few Fire Peak's disciples that the person who had slapped him twice was actually Huang Daniu, he could not wait to tear his body into countless pieces and smashed his bone into dust. At first, he had thought that no matter under what circumstances, trash like Huang Daniu was doomed to be crushed by him. However, right now, Hu Fei finally noticed that as long as Huang Daniu borrowed the earth energy, he was basically no match for Huang Daniu if he did not use any spirit weapon. This made him felt enraged with shame. If it was his turn later to fight against Huang Daniu, and he decided to be a rogue and insisted on staying near that side of Gold Peak, he would not be able to defeat Huang Daniu. It seemed like the Battle of the Five Peaks had never stated before that one could not rely on the earth energy. At that time, they could only call it a tie. He did not have confidence in defeating Huang Daniu who had the earth energy. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Nangong Yi and Huang Daniu continued to be locked in a stalemate. The energy on their hands continued to emanate out as they smashed into each other. They were evenly matched and neither side got the better of the other. That is, suddenly, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stared fixedly at Nangong Yi's fist. It seemed like he had noticed something. 891 Chapter 892, Brazen. Clever. Just as Duan Lingtian was staring fixedly at Nangong Yi's fist, the turquoise blue energy that was on the surface of Nangong Yi's fist suddenly converged like they were being squeezed together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the turquoise blue energy around Nangong Yi's fist suddenly compressed and wrapped around his fist. Along with the convergence of his energy, Huang Daniu unreservedly continued releasing his energy. That sweeping energy that seemingly transformed into a khaki-colored divine dragon charged towards Nangong Yi as it swept away all the obstacles that were in the way. Senior Brother Yi. At this instance, many of the Five Element sect's disciples had their hearts hoisted as they stared at Nangong Yi worriedly. In their opinion, Nangong Yi looked like he was currently in a disadvantageous position. It's okay, it's okay. Even if Senior Brother's defeated, that Huang Daniu only won one-sidedly. After all, Senior Brother Yi did not use any of that earth energy at all. Many of the Gold Peak disciples comforted themselves. However, the peak masters of the Five Peaks in the Five Element sect and the elders around them, including Duan Lingtian, had a different thought from the disciples of the Five Element sect. As the saying went, the experts knew the rope while the amateurs just came along for the ride. Although it might look like Nangong Yi had converged the power on his punch and let Huang Daniu take the upper hand, the fact was he was already preparing to launch the next attack. Just as the group of Five Element sect's disciples broke into a cold sweat for Nangong Yi, and while Duan Lingtian's eyes were completely narrowed in focus, Nangong Yi began to make his move under the watchful eyes of the others. Whoosh! He strode out, and his entire being charged towards Huang Daniu's fist that contained a vast amount of energy. In the eyes of the others, this was no different from committing suicide. Senior Brother Yi. When the Five Element sect's disciples saw that, many of them could not help but shout in shock. At this moment, the turquoise blue energy on Nangong Yi's fist that looked like it had transformed into a sort of viscous liquid once again followed his punch and charged towards Huang Daniu before exploding suddenly. Boom! A terrifying energy boomed and burst out from Nangong Yi's fist. This scene, in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, was no different from the bomb blast that he had experienced before on Earth during his past life. After the energy on Nangong Yi's fist exploded, all that was left in front of the spectators was a blue-colored sky canopy. It was as if half of the sky had been completely dyed blue. At this moment, one could vaguely see that behind this turquoise blue sky canopy, two figures were clashing with each other. Suddenly, after one of the figures that were medium built in size leaned forward, he maintained a punching posture and remained motionless. On the contrary, another figure that was big-sized was sent back flying like an arrow that was being shot out. At the same time, a few mouthfuls of blood spurted out as he continued to groan a few times. Wham! Almost at the same time, an alarmingly loud noise resonated in the air. A vast hurricane swept over everywhere. Even the turquoise blue sky was blown away as well. Nangong Yi was standing in the air in the distance, gracefully dapper in appearance. As for Huang Daniu, he was standing farther in the distance and appeared to be in a wreck. After consuming a wound-curing medicinal pill, his terribly pale face finally eased up a little. Huang Daniu took a deep breath as he looked towards Nangong Yi and exclaimed frankly, "You're very strong." "I, Huang Daniu, admit defeat." After he finished, instead of waiting for Nangong Yi's response, he flew off and returned to stand beside Duan Lingtian and the other Wood Peak members. Peak Master, Elder Yang, Elder K, I'm sorry for letting you down, Huang Daniu apologized. Daniu, you've done very well. K Jung smiled. Previously, when Huang Daniu had displayed his full power without any reservation, it had taken him by surprise as well. It had never crossed his mind that Huang Daniu would have such a huge transformation in just 1 month. Daniu, when did you enter the 6th level void interpretation? Not only that, you even comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept as well. Chen Wei stared at Huang Daniu, he was completely stunned. At this moment, all he could think of was that this massive figure in front of him had suddenly become so unfamiliar, to the extent that he had to familiarize himself with him again. Hee, Huang Daniu chuckled without offering any explanation. He could also see that, whether it was Ke Jung or Chen Wei, they did not seem to know anything about the origin-enhancing fruit. Since it was like that, naturally he would not be the first one to spill the secret. After all, the origin-enhancing fruit that he had consumed was originally intended for Chen Wei by the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Who would know what Ke Jung and Chen Wei's reactions would be like after they found out about it? Not bad, not bad, Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, smiled and nodded his head towards Huang Daniu. It was apparent that he was satisfied with Huang Daniu's performance. The moment Huang Daniu heard this, he was instantly flattered. Daniu, you really concealed it well. When exactly did you comprehend the 6th level intermediate earth concept? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Huang Daniu. Just a few days ago, he chuckled as he replied. I admit defeat. Suddenly, a soft voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears and returned him to his senses. He turned his head and looked towards the source of the voice. In just a glance, he immediately saw the owner of the voice. Tan Huan, the strongest younger generation in Water Peak. She was also the strongest female disciple among the younger generation in the 5-element sect. After Huang Daniu's battle with Nangong Yi, it was hers and Hu Fei's turn next. However, she had witnessed Hu Fei's cultivation base of 7th level void interpretation before and knew very well that she was no match for him. Cleverly, she admitted her defeat. Hu Fei advanced to the next round. The second match ended. The other male disciple from the Earth Peak entered the next round without a fight. The third round began. Because Hu Fei, Tan Huan and the other male disciple from Earth Peak knew that they were no match for Nangong Yi, coupled with the fact that he had defeated Huang Daniu earlier on, he was immediately crowned as the temporary victor of the Battle of the 5 Peaks. For this reason, Huang Daniu decided to challenge the ranking position by challenging the male disciple of Earth Peak. Since the other side had seen Huang Daniu's strength earlier, he did not have any intention to battle it out with Huang Daniu. He immediately admitted defeat. Now, only Huang Daniu and Hu Fei were left. Swish. Before Hu Fei went up to battle, Huang Daniu turned into a flash of lightning under the stunned gazes of the crowd. In just a blink of an eye, he had already reached the other side of Gold Peak, close to the sheer cliffs. When they saw Huang Daniu's actions, apart from Duan Lingtian and a few others, the rest were rendered speechless. Don't you think this Huang Daniu is a little brazen? I was still wondering if Huang Daniu will go close to the Gold Peak and borrow the earth energy when he's going against senior brother Hu Fei, but I can't believe that he has already gone there before the match against senior brother Hu Fei even begins. When he gets there, Huang Daniu's strength would be 35 ancient horned dragons more than his usual strength, even stronger than senior brother Hu when he exerts his full strength. I wonder if senior brother Hu will take the initiative to go there and battle him or not. The 5-element sect's disciples who were present began to discuss this in a lively manner. Many people found Huang Daniu to be quite brazen, but equally as many people thought that he was smart too. Hu Fei flew out and stood in the sky far away from Gold Peak. From a distance, he glared at Huang Daniu who was close to Gold Peak's side. He mocked in a deep voice, Huang Daniu, if you're still a man, come here and fight with me. Hu Fei. The moment Huang Daniu heard his words, he let out a chuckle, if you still acknowledge yourself as a human, then you come over here and battle it out with me, after all, you're a martial artist who's already at the 7th level void interpretation. Don't tell me that you're afraid of me who's only at the 6th level void interpretation. Provocation. A true and undisguised provocation. However, Hu Fei was enraged. He was fully infuriated. In just a blink, Hu Fei's pair of eyes were immediately dyed as he glared at Huang Daniu from afar. If looks could kill, Huang Daniu would have died many times by now. However, Hu Fei did not make any move at all. This was because he had no confidence in defeating Huang Daniu, who had the help from earth energy. He would not make his move if he had no confidence. Otherwise, if he was defeated by Huang Daniu, he would definitely become the laughingstock of all 5-element sect's disciples. He would no longer be able to lift his head up in this 5-element sect in the future. For this reason, he did not dare to risk it this time. The atmosphere of the scene instantly became kind of weird. Huang Daniu hovered in the air near the gold peak while Hu Fei stood afar in the air from the gold peak in the sky. Both of them were standing and facing each other, but nobody made any move at all. Sect leader. At this moment, Cha Bai, the peak master of the fire peak, stepped out and looked at Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, before asking in a deep tone, since that Huang Daniu dare move forward to battle it out with my disciple, then he ought to be announced as defeated in this match. Sect leader, please make a decision. Humph. Before Guo Chong had the chance to speak, Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak who was standing beside Duan Ling Tian, stepped out in the air and said in his cold voice, Cha Bai, you're as shameless as usual. You said that Huang Daniu does not dare to go fight with Hu Fei. Let me ask you, does Hu Fei dare to go near Huang Daniu for a fight? The moment the group of 5-element sect's disciples who were watching by the side heard Qi Yu's question, all of them, other than Fire Peak's disciples, nodded their heads one after another. That's right. It's true that Huang Daniu dare not leave Gold Peak's side to battle it out with senior brother Hu Fei, but similarly, senior brother Hu Fei also dare move forward to meet Huang Daniu. Although Huang Daniu's kind of shameless in this match, I've to admit that he's smart as well. He knows how to make use of his advantage. If these two people really do not dare to make any move in this match, then calling it as a tie is the best outcome, I suppose. The group of 5-element sect's disciples was discussing animatedly about it. Although it was extremely noisy, the comments still managed to make their way into the peak masters and the elders' ear. Cha Bai's face turned glum instantly. It had never crossed his mind that other than his own Fire Peak's disciples, the other disciples from Gold, Water and Earth Peak would choose to stand by Qi Yu and support him. However, he really did not want to see this battle ended up in a tie. After all, once Hu Fei and Huang Daniu ended up in a tie, both of their rankings would be the same in the end. At that time, when the other representative from Wood Peak managed to defeat the other representative from Fire Peak, his Fire Peak would then be ranked below Wood Peak. That was something he really did not want to see. The other representative from Wood Peak was Duan Ling Tian, a young man who exuded a sense of mystery from every part of his body. Just the fact that Wood Peak kept him as their trump card and let him rest in the meantime was enough to prove that his strength was far above Huang Daniu's. It would most likely be very easy for Duan Ling Tian to defeat his other representative from Fire Peak. That disciple had just made a breakthrough to the 5th level void interpretation. Qi Yu, you can't say it like that. Everyone here knows that any martial artist whose cultivation base has entered the void would almost never fight against a person who has comprehended the earth concept on the ground. Cha Bai stared at Qi Yu as he asked in his deep voice, am I wrong? You're right, Qi Yu nodded. Just as all the onlookers at the side, including Duan Ling Tian, were stunned, and a proud smile could be seen on Cha Bai's face, Qi Yu opened his mouth once again. 892. Chapter 893, Slandering Accusations. However, what can you do if a martial artist who has comprehended the earth concept refuses to leave the ground? Those martial artists that are far away from the ground will just let him do whatever he wants then. Qi Yu answered as he looked at Cha Bai nonchalantly. That's unreasonable. Cha Bai was so angry that his face had turned completely dark as his anger continued to rise. Unreasonable. Qi Yu laughed out joyfully. Cha Bai, since you said that I'm unreasonable, then why don't the two of us just, battle it out? If you win, I'll tell Daniu to give up. However, if you lose, Hu Fei will have to give up. What do you think? Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, challenged Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, directly. Swoosh. Just as Qi Yu finished his sentence, like a tossed stone that raised 1,000 ripples, the group of 5-element sect's disciples was shocked to the core. Peak Master Qi Yu wants to challenge Peak Master Cha Bai. It's said that Peak Master Qi Yu is the second strongest person after the sect leader in our 5-element sect. Would Peak Master Cha Bai dare to accept his challenge? Can't you see that Peak Master Cha Bai has turned all green now? If he really dares to accept the challenge, I'll give you 10 pieces of middle-grade origin stones. If he doesn't dare accept the challenge, you'll give me 10 pieces of middle-grade origin stones. What do you think? Yeah, right, only a fool would bet with you. Other than Fire Peak's disciples who looked slightly glum, the rest of the disciples from the 4 peaks were clamoring in a heated discussion. Particularly the disciples from Wood Peak who started to bet against each other openly. Without a doubt, all of these words, not even a single word was missed out, managed to make their ways to Cha Bai's ears. He was so furious that the blood in his body was boiling with wrath. He was itching to accept Chi Yu's challenge directly and have 300 matches with him. However, could he really do that? He knew that he was no match for Chi Yu, and once he was beaten in front of so many watchful eyes, where should he put his dignity as the peak master of Fire Peak then? Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5 element, could no longer stand it, so he finally opened his mouth to advise them. Enough. Are you worried that there's no chance for the 2 of you to fight against each other? Don't forget that today's the battle of the 5 peak, and it's not your stage today. Humph, for the sake of sect leader, I'll not get into a dispute with you now. Cha Bai snorted. Without a doubt, Guo Chong's words had given him an opportunity to extricate himself from this awkward position. Hee, Cha Bai, the sect leader has also said that you and I have no need to worry about having no opportunity to battle it out if we want to. Now, I want to issue a challenge to you. Let's have a match after this battle of the 5 peaks ends. Do you dare to accept it? Chi Yu smiled nonchalantly, crushing Cha Bai's opportunity to extricate himself completely without any mercy. Do you dare? You, when Cha Bao saw that Chi Yu left no mercy for him, he was so enraged that his face turned completely green. However, he still did not have the courage to accept the challenge. Chi Yu was known as the second strongest person in the 5-element sect, and this reputation was definitely not underserved. Cha Bai, who was the peak master of Fire Peak in the 5-element sect, clearly knew this. This was also the reason why he did not dare to accept the challenge. After all, once he had accepted it, his outcome was already decided. He would undoubtedly be defeated. Chi Yu, please show due respect for my reputation. Guo Chong frowned as he interfered again. After looking deeply at Guo Chong, Chi Yu subsequently nodded and retreated. At the same time, Chi Yu looked towards Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak again, as he said indifferently, Cha Bai, all these years, the fact that I've never asked you about Wood Peak's matter doesn't mean that I've no knowledge about the things that you've done before. From today onwards, if you dare to do anything to Wood Peak and make me unhappy again, I, Chi Yu, will go to your Fire Peak and cripple both your legs. After Cha Bai heard Chi Yu's words, he turned even paler. However, he did not dare to open his mouth to retort. At this moment, he knew that the Chi Yu from more than 2 decades ago had once again returned. That proud and unruly Chi Yu, who dared to challenge martial artists who were at the peak of the void with his cultivation base that had just barely entered the 9th level void interpretation, was finally back. With just a few words, Chi Yu made Cha Bai lost his words. All the other disciples from the 5-element sect, including those that were from Fire Peak as well, burst into an uproar. Although they had heard that Chi Yu was the second most powerful person in the 5-element sect, they had never thought that Chi Yu's deterrent force would be so powerful to this extent. Just a few words were more than enough to render the peak master of Fire Peak speechless. Sect leader. The moment each and every disciple from Wood Peak saw this scene, their faces were filled with excitement and pride. This was their peak master of Wood Peak. Hey, brother, which peak are you from? A Wood Peak disciple looked at a disciple from another peak standing not far away as he smiled and asked. I'm from the Earth Peak. And you? The latter replied. I'm from Wood Peak. See, that's our peak master from Wood Peak. He's amazing, huh? The Wood Peak disciple puffed up his chest and asked with a smile. Very. The latter nodded his head hard. Then, with an ingratiating smile, he asked, brother. Can I ask you something? Yeah, what do I need to do to join Wood Peak from Earth Peak? Similar cases like above continued to happen to many Wood Peak disciples. In the past, they could not lift their heads up before the other 4 peaks. However, today, they could finally stick their chests out and proudly shout, I'm a disciple of Wood Peak. At this moment, they took pride in being a Wood Peak disciple. Yu Fang, the peak master of Water Peak, and Tianji, the peak master of Earth Peak, exchanged glances. Both could see the dread in each other's eyes. Their faces instantly turned glum and sullen. In a world where a strong man is respected, it's indeed true that whoever has a bigger fist will be the boss. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he watched Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, flinching and choking with silent fury in front of Chi Yu, their peak master of Wood Peak. At the same time, he was also amazed by Chi Yu's strength. Looks like our peak master is in a good mood today. He actually taught Cha Bai such a lesson mercilessly. Kei Jung laughed. I think peak master had wanted to do that for a long time now. It's just that he never really had the confidence to do it all this while. After all of our younger disciples in Wood Peak in the past were just too disappointing and let him down a lot. Now that our Wood Peak has Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu in it, the peak master finally has the confidence to do this now. Yang Ling hit the point right on the head. Each peak from the Five-Element sect existed side by side. However, they were all in a competitive situation at the same time. No matter how strong the strongest peak master was, there would come one day when he would pass away. The grooming of the disciples from the younger generation was the foundation of every peak. They were the pillars that held up the future of each peak. Under Guo Chong's, the sect leader of the Five-Elemental sect, intervention, Chi Yu and Cha Bai eventually retreated back to their own positions. Immediately afterward, Guo Chong looked towards Huang Danyu and Hu Fei before announcing loudly to them, I'll give you a span of 20 breaths. After this time, if the two of you still refuse to make any move, this match between the both of you will end in a tie. Just as Guo Chong finished his sentence, Huang Danyu smiled. Hu Fei's face, on the other hand, turned deathly pale. A tie? Huang Danyu and him? He was a martial artist who was at the 7th level void interpretation. He had even comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept, and Huang Danyu was only at the 6th level void interpretation and had only comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept. However, the match between Huang Danyu and him had to end with a tie. At this moment, Hu Fei could sense the mocking looks that were piercing him from all directions. Without a doubt, all these looks were mocking him. A martial artist who was at the 7th level void interpretation dared not make a move to fight against a 6th level void interpretation martial artist. He instantly became so furious that he almost lost it. However, his reasoning kept dissuading him constantly. It told him that he should not be impulsive, and he could not afford to be impulsive. Once he had made his move, it was still acceptable if he managed to win. However, if he was defeated, he would no longer be able to lift his head up in Five-Element sect and Fire Peak as well. He did not dare to risk it. 10 more breaths, Guo Chong reminded nonchalantly. In just a blink of an eye, a span of 10 breaths had gone past. 10 more breaths left. As if Duan Lingtian was reminded by something, a light flashed across his eyes. He looked towards Huang Danyu as he chuckled and shouted, Danyu, you're amazing. Turns out that this Hu Fei does not dare to take the initiative to fight with you. Looks like you're going to become a famous person in the Five-Element sect from now on. Hee. After hearing Duan Lingtian's remark, Huang Danyu chuckled proudly. Oh yeah, Danyu, is your hand okay from slapping Hu Fei twice till he became pig-faced earlier? Somehow, I feel like the skin on Hu Fei's face seems to be quite thick, you know, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile playing on his mouth. The moment these words were out of Duan Lingtian's mouth, the group of Five-Element sect's disciples was stunned and bewildered. They immediately looked at Hu Fei instinctively and found that his face was suddenly flushed with crimson red. His eyes were shining with a murderous gleam as he glared fixedly at Huang Danyu. Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. Touching his sore spot like that, isn't he trying to force senior brother Hu Fei to make a move? I think senior brother Hu Fei has already been enraged to his limit, just a little bit more and he might not be able to stop himself from slashing Huang Danyu. As long as Huang Danyu answers Duan Lingtian, with senior brother Hu Fei's temper, I'm pretty sure he'll charge forward soon. At this moment, the group of Five-Element sect's disciples had managed to figure out Duan Lingtian's intention. It was obvious that he wanted to force Hu Fei to make a move on Huang Danyu. Duan Lingtian, don't think that having Chi Yu as your support allows you to do anything you like. Chi Yu won't be able to stay by your side always. If you dare to say one more word, I'll make sure you die with neither body nor skeleton left behind. A ruthless and vicious voice suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he looked towards the source of the voice. Its owner turned out to be Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak. Duan Lingtian immediately smiled nonchalantly and said out loud, Peak Master Cha Bai, Did you just tell me that Peak Master Chi Yu won't be able to stay by my side always and you can kill me anytime outside, with not even a single bone left? The moment these words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, Cha Bai instantly paled. He had never thought that Duan Lingtian would explicitly repeat the words that he used to threaten him using the voice transmission earlier. At this moment, he could feel the looks that were being directed at him from the surroundings. Even Guo Chong, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, cast a glance at him. Hints of anger could be seen in his eyes. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still a disciple from Wood Peak. A disciple from Wood Peak was still a disciple of the Five-Element sect. At this moment, Cha Bai, who was the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had dared to threaten his junior disciple from the same sect. Naturally, even him, the sect leader, could not suppress the rising furor from his heart. Duan Lingtian, don't make such a slanderous accusation. Cha Bai was furious. Right now, how could he possibly admit to having uttered such words before? If he had admitted to it, let alone the other 4 peaks, even the disciples from Fire Peak would most likely despise him from their bottom of their hearts. Slanderous accusation, Duan Lingtian smiled. Well, then, Peak Master Cha Bai, do you dare to swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that you did not say such words earlier? 893 Chapter 894, I'm just kidding. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, all the eyes around him instantly locked onto Cha Bai. It was as if they all wanted to see whether he dared to swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation. If he dared to, then it meant that Duan Lingtian was the one making slanderous accusations. However, if he dared not, it meant that he did indeed threaten Duan Lingtian earlier. Humph. When faced with the eyes around his surroundings, Cha Bai turned a blind eye to all of them. Nonchalantly, he swept a glance across Duan Lingtian as he snorted, why should a dignified peak master like me swear on account of a small Wood Peak disciple like you? You're not qualified at all. Since Peak Master Cha Bai already said so, then as he said that, Duan Lingtian paused and suddenly pinched his finger till it bled. A drop of fresh blood rose up into the sky. The moment Cha Bai saw this, his face instantly turned pale. He could guess what Duan Lingtian was about to do. Although he wanted to stop Duan Lingtian, he noticed that Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, had his eyes trained on him. He had no doubts that if he dared to do anything to Duan Lingtian, Chi Yu would definitely lash at him. Duan Lingtian, take an oath on my own blood, if what I said earlier contained even a word of lie, I'm willing to let the 99 tribulation smite me. The instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was as if the thunder in the sky became agitated, and a total of 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky. However, no signs of thunder punishment descended from the sky. Bustle, all hell instantly broke loose within the Five-Element sect's disciples. Other than Fire Peak disciples, the moment the eyes of the other disciples from the other 4 peaks landed on Cha Bai, hints of disdain could be seen in their eyes. A dignified Peak Master of Fire Peak dares to threaten an ordinary disciple, huh? That's so low and below his dignity. I wonder how this person became the Peak Master of Fire Peak in the first place. Don't tell me that last time they did not consider one's character when each of these peaks picked their Peak Masters. I guess having this kind of Peak Master in Fire Peak most probably means that the disciples' characters are not that good either. The disciples from the 4 peaks continued to discuss in a lively manner. They were absolutely blunt with their words. When the disciples from the Fire Peak heard those words, none of them could say anything in defense at all. All that they could do was secretly glare at Cha Bai, the Peak Master of their Fire Peak, with full resentment. In their opinions, had it not been for Cha Bai in the first place, they would not have been ridiculed like this. For a time, many Fire Peak disciples started to consider switching to another peak. Before Duan Lingtian made his oath earlier, Cha Bai's face had already turned ghastly pale. Now that he heard the discussion of the 4 peaks disciples, he was so furious that his blood was boiling in anger. Whoosh! At this moment, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared in front of Cha Bai. Chi Yu. Cha Bai, who could only see the quick flash across his eyes, immediately recognized the person before him. His face instantly changed dramatically. He hastily activated the origin energy in his body as he tried to stretch his hands out to block the attack. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Wham! A loud bang resonated in the air, deafening the ears with its thunderous sound. In the next moment, everybody could see what was happening. The instant Chi Yu appeared in front of Cha Bai was sent flying like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. The blood that was spurting out of his mouth gushed out in a frenzy. After he was sent flying to about 100 meters away, Chabai barely managed to stabilize himself. However, although he had immediately taken the wound-curing medicinal pill, blood was still spurting out of his mouth non-stop. It was only after a few moments later that it finally showed signs of stopping. This time, Guo Chong, the sect leader of the Five-Element sect, only frowned and did not intervene. Perhaps, he also thought that Chabai had gone too far this time. How powerful! In just a flash, Peak Master Chi Yu appeared in front of Peak Master Chabai, and Peak Master Chabai's entire person immediately got sent flying and is severely wounded. I didn't even get to see clearly how Peak Master Chi Yu arrived in front of Peak Master Chabai or how he sent Peak Master Chabai flying. Nonsense. Without a cultivation base at the void transformation or above, do you really expect to see Peak Master Chi Yu's movement clearly? Other than the Fire Peak disciples who had a gloomy expression on their faces, the disciples from the other 4 peaks, eyes lit up instantly. They were shocked by Chi Yu's tyrannical strength. Did you see that? That's the Peak Master of our Wood Peak. I'm a disciple of Wood Peak, you know. Jealous The group of Wood Peak disciples was beaming with joy. They could feel the grievances that had accumulated all these years no longer existed anymore, and they were all standing up in high spirits. At this moment, they were proud to be disciples from Wood Peak. Chabai, I'm warning you. If something happens to Duan Ling Tian in the future, I'll kill that direct disciple of yours with my own hands. Chi Yu warned coldly as he looked at Chabai. Q Chi Yu, Chabai turned pale at once. Before he could catch his breath, blood gushed out again from his mouth. It prompted him to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Immediately, he glared fiercely at Chi Yu. Chi Yu did not pay any more attention to him and proceeded to return to the side of Wood Peak's members. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian thanked Chi Yu for avenging him. As long as I'm here, Chabai will never dare to touch you, Chi Yu smiled. In the distance, when Huang Daniu, who was standing in the air beside Gold Peak, heard Duan Ling Tian exposed how Chabai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, had threatened him, he was furious. Although Chi Yu had avenged Duan Ling Tian and severely injured Chabai, he still thought that it was not enough to vent his anger. Hu Fei, you're as useless as your master. Oh, yeah, come to think of it, my hand does hurt a little from the 2 slaps that I gave you earlier. I really must say that the skin on your face is indeed pretty thick, Huang Daniu proclaimed nonchalantly as he looked at Hu Fei. There was no lack of sarcasm in his words. Hu Fei, who was already enraged by Duan Ling Tian's words, just saw his master severely wounded by the Peak Master of Wood Peak with his own eyes. Needless to say, he was now completely filled with fury and wrath and was ready to explode at any time. Now, after hearing Huang Daniu's mocking remarks, he could no longer hold it in any further. Huang Daniu, you're going to die, Hu Fei, who was completely furious, yelled. His entire being flew forward and charged towards Huang Daniu. The moment he flew forward, blazing flames erupted instantly from his body. It was like he had turned into a fiery behemoth with his bloody mouth opened wide while he charged towards Huang Daniu. Heaven and earth phenomenon solidified and took form in the sky immediately. 180 ancient horned dragons silhouettes rushed out and pounced towards Huang Daniu as they bared their claws and teeth. 7th level void interpretation, 7th level intermediate fire concept. Consumed with wrath, Hu Fei struck with all his might. He had only one intention in his mind. To kill Huang Daniu. Only with this way he could take revenge for himself, avenge his master and wipe out the hatred in his heart. Good timing. Faced with a charging Hu Fei who was consumed with fury, no different with a fiery behemoth, Huang Daniu's eyes lit up as the origin energy that had long accumulated in his body erupted at once. For a moment, the 6th level intermediate earth concept merged with his origin energy and transformed into a vast khaki-colored energy and engulfed his entire body. Moreover, the khaki-colored power seemed to also resonate with Gold Peak that was nearby. That was the earth concept interacting with the earth energy as it borrowed energy from it. Whoosh! All of a sudden, 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons immediately appeared on top of Huang Daniu's head. He had 5 more ancient horned dragons compared to the heaven and earth phenomenon that Hu Fei had cast with all his might. Without any warning, Huang Daniu, who was shrouded by the khaki-colored energy, extended his hands instantly. Boom boom, a series of loud rumbles resounded in the air. The air in the sky started to move, and the khaki-colored energy shrouded Huang Daniu entirely. It seemed like he was instantly turned into an earth behemoth. The earth behemoth pounced forward and clashed with the fiery behemoth. Bang, 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 comma. Two behemoths continued to collide with each other while constantly tearing and biting each other. It was difficult to distinguish who would be the victor at this moment. However, the earth behemoth seemed to possess an endless amount of energy, and its courage continued to mount as the battle progressed. It forced the fiery behemoth down, and it slowly extinguished the flame on the fiery behemoth. 15 minutes later, the fiery behemoth was finally suppressed and lost its vigor. Boom! The earth behemoth did not seem even a little bit weakened. It charged forward with all its might, and it managed to defeat the fiery behemoth with just a few slaps. The body of the fiery behemoth was beaten with just a few slaps. Hu Fei, the receiver of the slaps, did not have many severe injuries on his body. However, he fainted right away after spurting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Whoosh! An old man appeared out of nowhere and caught Hu Fei immediately when he saw he had fainted and was about to fall to the ground. It was none other than Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Cha Bai swept a cold glance at Huang Daniyu, who had already retrieved his energy. His eyes were filled with extreme iciness as if it was about to devour a particular person. Had it not been for the fact that he was a little scared of Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, he would have already killed Huang Daniyu long ago. You geezer! When everyone had their attention on Huang Daniyu the victor, Huang Daniyu suddenly glared fiercely and pointed a finger towards Cha Bai. The moment Cha Bai saw this, he could not help but be a little stunned. You geezer! How dare you threaten me using your voice transmission as well? Not only do you want to kill me, why you want to kill my entire family as well? All the way to the 9th generation. Huang Daniyu was so furious that his eyes turned red as he fumed and panted. What? After hearing Huang Daniyu's words and seeing the furious expression on his face, everybody, including the disciples from Fire Peak, was startled. Was the Peak Master of Fire Peak out of his mind? He had already been taught a lesson by Chi Yu for threatening Duan Lingtian earlier, and now, he dared to threaten Huang Daniyu, who was also a disciple from Wood Peak like Duan Lingtian and was also protected by Chi Yu. Was this not just looking for death? Soon enough, most of the people immediately shifted their attention towards Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Just in the nick of time, they saw Chi Yu vanished from their sights just like that. Their first reaction was to quickly shift their gazes towards Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak. Sure enough, Chi Yu appeared before Cha Bai in just a blink of an eye. Wham! Another rumble resounded in the air. Cha Bai, who was still holding Hu Fei, was immediately sent flying again. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a water fountain. A lot of blood clots could be seen in it as well. Barf, 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 comma. Cha Bai, who had finally managed to stabilize himself, kept throwing up blood from his mouth. It was only after a while that he could finally stop it from gushing out again. After he had stopped the blood from gushing out, he glared murderously towards Huang Daniyu instead of Chi Yu and roared loudly, Huang Daniyu. When did I ever threaten you? At this moment, other than the resentment in Cha Bai's heart, he felt wronged as well. Earlier, he had merely glared at Huang Daniyu and had never spoken a word to him using his voice transmission. However, Huang Daniyu had made a slanderous accusation and claimed he was threatened instead. Before he could offer any explanation, Chi Yu already appeared before his eyes. Without any words, he sent Cha Bai flying again. He inflicted another round of heavy injuries to his internal organs that had yet to recover. Although his injuries would recover eventually, he would still need at least 2 to 3 months before he could fully recover, even after he consumed the middle-grade life recovery pill. Peak Master Cha Bai, I was merely joking you. Huang Daniyu smiled sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. 894 Chapter 895, My comprehension is the Earth concept as well. Barf. The moment he heard Huang Daniyu's words, Cha Bai spurted out a mouthful of blood again before he could even catch his breath. A joke. It was not just Cha Bai who was enraged until he vomited blood, literally. Even the group of 5 Element sect disciples who was watching by the side was rendered speechless as well. Their attention immediately shifted towards Huang Daniyu as they thought to themselves, what a ruthless person this Huang Daniyu is. With just one joke, he had caused Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, to be severely wounded by Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, again. Daniyu, this fellow, Duan Lingtian chuckled. He just could not help it. Before this, why did he not notice this side of Huang Daniyu? I think I'll have to be a cat in order to live through your friendly jokes. Duan Lingtian thought. Yang Ling, Ke Jung and Chen Wei who were standing beside Duan Ling Tian could not help but burst out laughing as well after being stunned for a moment. This Daniu is really ruthless. I'm afraid that this time, Cha Bai will really hate him to the core. Chen Wei shook his head. I used to think that this fellow looks quite honest. I guess, I've misjudged him. Ke Jen let out a sigh. This is why there's a saying that says, never judge a book by its cover, Yang Ling chimed in with an earnest look. Chi Yu, you must give me an explanation. Cha Bai turned and glared at Chi Yu before roaring loudly. It was indeed true that he had used his voice transmission to threaten Duan Ling Tian earlier. Although he was furious about the fact that he was severely wounded by Chi Yu because of Duan Ling Tian, he was still able to hold it in. However, he did not even threaten Huang Daniu this time. All the same, he was once again severely injured by Chi Yu due to Huang Daniu's accusation. Other than feeling enraged, he felt wrongly accused too. Explanation. Chi Yu lifted his brows as he replied nonchalantly, Cha Bai, you're an elder. How can you be so petty? Didn't Daniu tell you that he was just joking with you? Barf. The moment Cha Bai heard of Chi Yu's words, he spurted another mouthful of blood. His face turned even more ghastly pale than before. Joking. Who the hell would make such a joke? Sect leader, you must give me justice. Cha Bai looked towards Guo Chong with a face full of fury. Cha Bai, let us let this matter go, Guo Chong slowly said as he furrowed his brows before unfurrowing it again. But, before Cha Bai had a chance to say anything, Guo Chong instantly cut him off. I said, this matter is over. If it wasn't for the fact that you threatened Duan Ling Tian earlier and set a precedent, do you think Chi Yu will hurt you for no reason? Guo Chong's face darkened instantly when he finished his words. Cha Bai took a deep breath and did not press the issue anymore. However, there was still a cold gleam in his eyes as he shot a death glare towards Chi Yu and Huang Daniu. Good job, Daniu. Chi Yu gave a thumbs up to Huang Daniu. It seemed like he was praising him for defeating Hu Fei, but at the same time, it seemed like he was praising him for making that great joke. Hee. Huang Daniu grinned before he cast a provocative look at Cha Bai, making him turn even more glum than before. Daniu, you really have something up your sleeves. When Huang Daniu returned, Duan Ling Tian was reminded of the earlier incident again and could not help but burst out laughing. At the same time, he could feel a warm feeling enveloping his heart. He knew that Duan Ling Tian did that to avenge him. At this moment, the temporary ranking of the Battle of the Five Peaks had finally come out after Tanhua gave up on fighting Huang Daniu. Due to the reason that Nangong Yi had defeated Huang Daniu, and along with the fact that Hu Fei, Tan Huan and that male disciple from Earth Peak had admitted defeat to Nangong Yi, he was temporarily ranked as the Battle of the Five Peaks victor. Huang Daniu, on the hand, who had replaced Nangong Yi's previous advancement ranking and defeated Hu Fei and another two contestants, was temporarily ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked third. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked fourth. The male disciple from Earth Peak was temporarily ranked fifth. None of the five people had any objection to the current rankings. It was finally the turn of the previous five people who were eliminated in the first round to issue their challenge. They were Duan Ling Tian, Nangong Chen, Tian Zhen, a female disciple of Water Peak and a male disciple from Fire Peak. The female disciple from Water Peak issued a challenge to the male disciple of Earth Peak. She was defeated and temporarily ranked sixth. The male disciple from Fire Peak challenged the male disciple of Earth Peak. He succeeded and was temporarily ranked fifth. The male disciple from Earth Peak dropped to the sixth place. The female disciple from Water Peak dropped to the seventh place. All seven people had no objections to the current rankings. Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian was looking at Nangong Chen, and Tian Zhen was wondering if they wanted to go first, Nangong Chen suddenly made his move. In just a flash, he had already reached the side of Gold Peak. His gaze immediately landed on Huang Daniu. Although he did not speak a single word, it was apparent that his target was Huang Daniu. Senior Brother Chen's going to make his move now. Senior Brother Chen purposely went to the side of Gold Peak. It's obvious that he's letting Huang Daniu rely on the earth energy again. Looks like he has a lot of confidence in his own strength. Of course, I heard that Senior Brother Chen is even more powerful than Senior Brother Yi. Actually, until now, I still have no idea who's the eldest between Senior Brother Chen and Yi. It's said that even Senior Brother Chen and Yi have no idea who's the eldest. However, both of them think of themselves as the elder brother and always treat the other one as the younger brother. Most of the Five Element Sect's disciples shifted their attention towards Nangong Chen. On the other hand, some of the attention was on Huang Daniyu. So, you're Nangong Chen. You and your brother are pretty good, just the fact that you're challenging me here and allowing me to borrow the earth energy tells me that you're very confident. You're indeed a very admirable opponent, Huang Daniyu exclaimed solemnly as he stood in the air opposite Nangong Chen. With a grim look, Nangong Chen merely nodded indifferently. Let us finish the battle in one blow, like how your brother and I did previously, shall we? Huang Daniyu asked. Nangong Chen nodded his head again. How straightforward, no matter who wins today, I'm going to become your friend. Huang Daniyu laughed heartily. Then, he smashed out a punch with full force. Vast khaki-colored energy erupted and pounced at Nangong Chen like a cannonball. 185 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared from thin air in the sky. They bared their claws as they charged towards Nangong Chen. When Nangong Chen saw Huang Daniyu making his moves, he also began to make his move. He strode forward and he punched out his fist. A vast amount of origin energy swept across and emitted waves of intense and majestic aura. Swish! 100 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky as if it was telling everybody his cultivation base was at the 7th level void interpretation. Then, a wave of khaki-colored energy emerged out of nowhere and continued to merge with his origin energy. It seemingly resonated with the gold peak nearby. Whoosh! When the origin energy had completely merged with the khaki-colored energy, another 135 ancient horned dragons silhouettes appeared again. He has also comprehended the earth concept. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed instantly. Shock could be clearly seen on his face. At this moment, Huang Daniyu, who had just noticed that Nangong Chen had also comprehended the earth concept, could only let out a bitter smile. However, he was unable to retract his fist in time, and it finally crashed against Nangong Chen's fist. When 185 ancient horned dragons' strength was pitted against 235 ancient horned dragons' strength, needless to say, Huang Daniyu was sent flying immediately with just one punch. However, it was fortunate that Nangong Chen retracted his energy in time, and he only inflicted minor injuries on Huang Daniyu. If I had known earlier that you've comprehended the earth concept too, I would have admitted defeat in the first place. 8th-level intermediate earth concept is equal to the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons, and the earth energy that you borrowed is like the strength of 45 ancient horned dragons. Adding those two together is extremely powerful. Huang Daniyu said with a bitter smile after he took a deep breath and gradually eased the injuries inside his body. Earth concept. It turns out that senior brother Chen has also comprehended the earth concept. Many of the 5 Element sect's disciples finally returned to their senses and exclaimed in surprise. Looks like not many disciples in the 5 Element sect knew that Nangong Chen comprehends the earth concept. Seems like this guy has been concealing this pretty well, Duan Lingtian thought to himself after listening to the comments from the 5 Element sect's disciples. Guys, look at Huang Daniyu's expression now. This is so funny. Perhaps, it has never crossed his mind, not even in his dreams, that senior brother Chen has also comprehended the earth concept. Senior brother Chen's earth concept is much stronger than his. Without the help from the earth energy, he already possesses the strength of 90 ancient horned dragons. Once he has borrowed it, it amounts to the strength of 135 ancient horned dragons. Senior brother Chen's strength is much greater than that of senior brother Yi. The 5 Element sect's disciples were in a heated discussion. The gazes that were trained on Nangong Chen were filled with awe and respect. Nangong Chen had defeated Huang Daniyu and was temporarily ranked at the 2nd place in the Battle of the 5 Peaks. The rest of the people that were behind Huang Daniyu's rank automatically dropped 1 place. Huang Daniyu was temporarily ranked at the 3rd place. Hu Fei was temporarily ranked at the 4th place. Tan Huan was temporarily ranked at the 5th place. The male disciple from Fire Peak was temporarily ranked at the 6th place. The male disciple from Earth Peak was temporarily ranked at the 7th place. The female disciple from Water Peak was temporarily ranked at the 8th place. All 8 people had no objections to the current rankings. With Nangong Chen's strength, he might be able to defeat Nangong Yi and obtain the 1st place temporarily. However, because he had already admitted his defeat when he faced Nangong Yi in the first match, he could no longer challenge Nangong Yi. For the time being, Nangong Chen had no luck in obtaining the 1st place. Of course, nothing was absolute. As long as someone defeated Nangong Yi and replaced him in the 1st place, Nangong Chen would have the opportunity to challenge that person to obtain the 1st place. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Tian Zhen had yet to make their moves. Tian Zhen took a deep breath as he flew forward. His gaze swept across Nangong Yi, Nangong Chen, Huang Daniyu and Hu Fei, before it locked onto Tan Huan, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Water Peak. As long as he defeated Tan Huan, the Earth Peak that he represented would be ranked at 4th place in the Battle of the Five Peaks individual battle. This was also his target. Tan Huan. Tian Zhen issued a challenge at Tan Huan. Tan Huan did not find it surprising when Tian Zhen challenged her. Actually, the moment Huang Daniyu demonstrated his astonishing strength and even defeated Hu Fei with his earth energy, she already knew that the bottom 2 peaks in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time would definitely be the water peak that she was in and the earth peak that Tian Zhen was in. At this time, what she had to do was to defeat Tian Zhen so she could extricate water peak from the last position in the rankings. Her intention was exactly the same as Tian Zhen. Whoosh, whoosh. After the two of them made their appearance, they did not even exchange words as the both of them tacitly started to battle it out at the same time. At one time, both of them were evenly matched and neither side got the better of the other. Both of them were at the 6th level void interpretation. The concepts that they had comprehended were more or less the same as well. The thing that was being tested now was their martial skills, battle experience and their understanding of each other. This Tian Zhen will most likely be defeated. Duan Ling Tian narrowed both of his eyes slightly as he looked at the young man and woman constantly clashed with each other. He could see that Tian Zhen was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. The facts were exactly like what Duan Ling Tian had thought. After another 15 minutes, Tan Huan finally won against Tian Zhen by a small margin. 895. Chapter 896. The Boy Who Cried Wolf. After Tian Zhen was defeated, his face turned gloomy instantly. He knew very well what this defeat meant. In the distance, Tian Jiyu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak, looked a little disappointed as he sighed. Looks like we from Earth Peak is destined to be at the bottom this time. Although currently, it was only at the Battle of the Five Peaks individual battle stage and not at the team battle stage yet. Generally speaking, whichever peak that could get an advantageous position in the individual battle stage usually meant that the result of the peak's team battle would be pretty good as well. Tian Zhen retreated with a glum face. As for Tan Huan, she lived lily and cheerfully returned to stand beside Yu Fang, the Peak Master of Water Peak. Good job, Huaner. A gentle smile appeared on Yu Fang's face. She was very satisfied with Tan Huan's performance although her target earlier was the 3rd place. However, ever since Huang Daniyu from Wood Peak had displayed his astonishing strength, and there was still Duan Ling Tian who was the final trump card of Wood Peak, she had already discarded this goal. Duan Ling Tian. Yu Fang's gaze immediately landed on that purple figure in the distance. The rest of the crowd also shifted their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, it was his turn to issue a challenge. Duan Ling Tian remained calm even when he sensed the gazes that were directed at him. He flew forward and arrived at the empty space in front of him in just a blink of an eye. His gaze immediately locked onto Nangong Yi. This Duan Ling Tian wants to challenge senior brother Yi. Many of the Five Element sect's disciples who followed Duan Ling Yian's gaze was instantly stunned and bewildered. They knew about Nangong Yi's strength. Even if Huang Daniyu from Wood Peak had borrowed the earth energy, he was still not his opponent at all. Nangong Yi. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian named the person he was going to challenge. Nangong Yi did not find it strange at all having his name called out by Duan Ling Tian. He flew forward and stood in front of Duan Ling Tian. Wow, he really wants to challenge senior brother Yi. He's Wood Peak's trump card, so does that mean that he really has some tricks up his sleeves? Peak Master Qiyu from Wood Peak grabbed the number 5 and 6 papers. Since he let Huang Daniyu make the first move, I guess he has the intention to use Duan Ling Tian as the strongest trump card of Wood Peak. I think this Duan Ling Tian must have some tricks up his sleeves. Still, it's not an easy task to defeat senior brother Yi. Each and every of the Five Element sect's disciples shifted their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian. They were all extremely curious, from the bottom of their heart, about this Wood Peak's trump card. Although Nangong Chen said that I'm not a match to you, I still want to give it a try. Nangong Yi, who was standing before Duan Ling Tian, finally opened his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, it struck everybody dumb, apart from Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five Element sect, Nangong Chen and few other people from Wood Peak. Senior brother Chen said senior brother Yi is not a match for Duan Ling Tian. How's this possible? Many Five Element sect's disciples could not believe their ears. This Duan Ling Tian appears to be much younger than senior brother Yi. How can he defeat senior brother Yi? Many Five-Element Sect's disciples voiced out their suspicions. After you, Duan Lingtian nodded. His face remained unchanged even after he heard Nangong Yi's words. When Nangong Yi heard this, he replied with a smile before turning serious. In the next moment, he stepped out in the air. At the same time, the origin energy in his body bubbled up and transformed into waves of turquoise blue energy that swept out instantly. It made him look like a huge sea monster when the turquoise blue energy engulfed him. He rushed towards Duan Lingtian in a fury. Instantly, 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky in an imposing manner. Thousand illusions. Faced with Nangong Yi who was bearing down on him menacingly, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slack at all. A dark light flickered in his eyes as he directly used his most powerful technique, Soul Skill. An illusory space immediately solidified into form, and it shrouded an area of 100 meters wide. It's here. Tian Gu's, the peak master of Earth Peak, gaze turned intense instantly. It was as if he had long guessed that this scene would eventually take place. Boom! When Nangong Yi was close to Duan Lingtian, his fist that contained the vast turquoise blue energy pounced out like a huge sea monster that smacked out its gigantic claws at Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Duan Lingtian casually stepped aside as if he had already known that this would happen. He was not particularly fast either when he dodged Nangong Yi's attack. It was as if he had arranged this beforehand with Nangong Yi. Only those who knew about Duan Lingtian's background knew that all of these were created by the illusions that Duan Lingtian controlled. That Duan Lingtian has already dodged, so why is senior brother Yi still charging forward and slashing at thin air? Why does this scene looks kind of familiar? Before the Battle of the Five Peaks took place, didn't this similar situation appear as well when senior brother Hu Fei from Fire Peak tried to attack Duan Lingtian? Wasn't that some external force? Many of them found this situation familiar. It was exactly identical to the situation earlier when Hu Fei was trying to attack Duan Lingtian. After his attack fell through, he did not continue to pursue Duan Lingtian anymore. It's external force. Hu Fei, who had regained his consciousness and finally recovered with Cha Bai's, the peak master of Fire Peak, help, had a change in his expression when he saw this scene. The moment Cha Bai heard his remarks, his eyes lit up immediately. He instantly looked over towards Guo Chong and announced in a loud voice, "Sect leader, this Duan Lingtian is using some external force. According to the Battle of the Five Peaks rules in our Five-Element sect, we must disqualify him from participating in this battle." The instant Cha Bai's words left his mouth, it attracted the attention of many Five-Element sect's disciples. Seems like my eyesight's pretty good. I can see that Duan Lingtian is using external force. Oh, please, wasn't I the one who reminded you in the first place earlier? The scene instantly became very lively. Many of them thought that Duan Lingtian would be disqualified. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had only just engaged Nangong Yi in the battle. He was brushing against Nangong Yi's bubbling turquoise blue energy. Part of the soft yet vast turquoise blue energy entered his body unrelentingly. That was the residual force of Nangong Yi's mighty punch that was being used by Duan Lingtian. As for why he wanted to use that, well, it was undoubtedly just like how it was when he borrowed Qi Feng's energy to catalyze the tyrannical medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties so that he could forcefully make a breakthrough. This time, Duan Lingtian wanted to play the same old trick and borrow Nangong Yi's energy to help himself complete the breakthrough. Naturally, he did not dare to directly face Nangong Yi with his current strength. Otherwise, with Nangong Yi's strength that was equal to the strength of 190 ancient horned dragons, he could easily inflict heavy injuries on Duan Lingtian, let alone borrowing his energy to help him with his breakthrough. If Duan Lingtian exerted all of his strength, even with the use of the 3 other low-grade concept, his entire strength only amounted to 130 ancient horned dragons without the help of a spirit weapon. His strength was completely not at the same level with Nangong Yi's. For this reason, he could only outwit him. He evaded the crux of Nangong Yi's attack and brushed across his attack instead so that Nangong Yi's residual force from his attack would enter his own body and help him with the breakthrough. Now, he was just a step away from entering the 7th level void interpretation. As long as his cultivation base was raised to the 7th level void interpretation, his spiritual energy would also be raised up to the 8th level void interpretation. At that time, it would be easy for him to defeat Nangong Chen. This was because Nangong Chen was an inscription master as well. Moreover, their spiritual energies were also at the same level, which was the 7th level void interpretation. For this reason, his soul skill would have no effect on Nangong Chen. However, if his spiritual energy could be raised up to the 8th level void interpretation, Nangong Chen would not be able to shake his spiritual energy and destroy the illusory space that was created by his soul skill even if Nangong Chen was an inscription master. Once Nangong Chen was trapped in his illusory space, he would definitely be like meat on his chopping board. However, fantasies would always be beautiful, and realities would always be cruel. No matter how Duan Lingtian borrowed Nangong Yi's energy, to the extent that his meridians had reached the point of almost collapsing, the rebirth pill still remained completely unmoved. It appears that because I've used the same method to mobilize the overbearing medicinal power of this rebirth pill before, this pill seems to have adapted to it and no longer has any sense of crisis. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. This had the same principle with the story, The Boy Who Cried Wolf. He could fool them once or twice. However, nobody would be fooled the third time. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak is borrowing some external force. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, request for him to be disqualified from participating in the Battle of the Five Peaks immediately. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, repeated once again on top of his lungs when he saw that Guo Chong had remained aloof. When he finished the whole sentence, he noticed that Guo Chong still did not have any reaction. He could not help but turn a little furious. You can't favor him like this. Bustle. The moment Cha Bai finished his words, all the spectators burst into an uproar. Most of them had their gazes trained on Cha Bai. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, openly accused the sect leader of Five Element sect of favoring a Wood Peak disciple. Guo Chong finally had a reaction. He swept a glance towards Cha Bai apathetically. Peak Master Cha Bai, Duan Lingtian is not borrowing any external force at all. If you have any doubts about me, you can ask Peak Master Tianjiyu about the validity of my words. He's an inscription master so he can definitely tell if Duan Lingtian is using external force. By the time he reached the end of his words, hints of impatience could be heard in his voice. Before Cha Bai could even open his mouth to ask, Tianjiyu had already answered him. Sect leader is right. Duan Lingtian is not using any external force. What he's using is his own spiritual energy to cast a technique that's similar to the soul skill to create an illusion that can affect Nangong Yi. Actually, Cha Bai had already sensed that what Guo Chong said was true even if Tianjiyu did not explain. This was because Guo Chong had absolutely no reason to help Duan Lingtian at all. After all, Duan Lingtian was in the midst of a match against Guo Chong's direct disciple, Nangong Yi. Once Duan Lingtian won, the person who lost would be Guo Chong himself, the sect leader of the Five Element sect who was in charge of Gold Peak. Soul skill. The moment Tianjiyu ended his explanation, all hell broke loose among the crowd of people. Isn't that a technique that only a unique demon beast can use? Unless that human martial artist is a martial emperor, it's impossible for anyone to use spiritual energy to fight against an enemy. Don't tell me that Duan Lingtian is actually a demon. Many of the Five Element sect's disciples continued to discuss animatedly as the whole scene boiled with intensity. Duan Lingtian is not a demon. When Tianjiyu saw the Five Element sect's disciples speculating that Duan Lingtian was a demon, he continued to say, based on my speculation, Duan Lingtian should be a variant. The technique that he cast was a unique innate ability. Innate ability. The second Tiangu's words left his mouth, the entire scene became deadly silent. Innate ability. A variant. Cha Bai's eyes narrowed as horror dawned on his face instantly. 896 Chapter 897, A Mad Idea. Horror instantly dawned on Hu Fei who was standing beside Cha Bai. Whether it was variant or innate ability, he had heard enough about it to know what these two words actually meant. This Duan Lingtian is actually a variant. A cold look flickered in Hu Fei's eyes as he stared intensely at Duan Lingtian. It turns out that from the very beginning, the person who mocked and humiliated me in front of everyone is actually him. Hu Fei was enraged to his limit. How he wished to tear Duan Lingtian into thousands of pieces and smashed his bones into dust. However, he also knew that the innate ability that Duan Lingtian possessed was not something he could fight against. Duan Lingtian, you're just lucky because you're gifted with a good ability. If you're not a variant, and you don't possess that innate ability, you're nothing but an ant in front of me. Hu Fei roared in his heart again and again. Other than feeling enraged, there was a trace of jealousy in his heart as well. He was jealous of this variant, Duan Lingtian. A variant who possessed innate ability was also known as God's favorite in the Cloud continent. Their innate ability and skills were more than enough for anyone to be envious and jealous of. A variant. Many five-element sect's disciples who had heard the word variant immediately focused their attention on Duan Ling Tian. Their gazes were filled with scorching fire. After those five-element sect's disciples who had no idea what a variant was heard the explanation from the surrounding people, their eyes also lit up instantly as they stared at Duan Ling Tian like they had just seen some unique and rare animal. Naturally, there were many who kept their composure as well. Like Guo Chong, the sect leader of the five-element sect, and his direct disciple, Nangong Chen. Other than them, all of Wood Peak's people under Qi Yu, the peak master of Wood Peak, also had a calm expression on their faces. Not many changes could be seen on their faces. Looks like Qi Yu knew since earlier that Duan Ling Tian is a variant. Yu Fang, the peak master of Water Peak's eyes flashed. Dread could be seen on her face. She finally understood why Duan Ling Tian was kept as a trump card by Wood Peak. It turned out that Duan Ling Tian was not a pure human being. Instead, he was a person whose body contained half the blood of a demon. He was a variant, an existence that was between humans and demons. There were two types of variant. The first type was the kind that was extremely mediocre. The second type was the kind that possessed an outstanding innate ability. It was apparent that Duan Ling Tian belonged to the latter. It's time to end this. After trying for a long time, Duan Ling Tian realized that Nangong Yi's power would not be able to help him with the breakthrough. He let out a sigh and casually went behind Nangong Yi before he pounded a fist towards him. Wham! Nangong Yi was sent flying instantly. Like a swift arrow that left the bow, he flew out to the far distance before he finally stopped. A streak of fresh blood could be seen trickling out the corner of his mouth. Seems like I've lost this battle. Although Nangong Yi was still in the illusory space that was created by Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy, he no longer put up any resistance and just stood there motionlessly with a bitter smile. It was obvious that he had admitted defeat. When Duan Ling Tian saw this, he hurriedly retracted his soul skill Thousand Illusions. Following his action, the illusory space broke and then disappeared without a trace. The onlookers in the surroundings were not surprised by this results at all. This was because they already knew that Duan Ling Tian was a variant, and they could not judge him based on common sense. Senior Brother Yi still lost in the end. I guess this can't be helped. It's basically impossible for Senior Brother Yi to win this battle when he's faced with a variant like Duan Ling Tian. Humph. If Duan Ling Tian did not use that God knows what innate ability of his, he would certainly not be a match for Senior Brother Yi. The innate ability is a part of Duan Ling Tian, so why can't he use it? Your logic is kind of biased, you know. Sighs could be heard from the five-element sect's disciples who were watching the match. Many people felt that injustice was done to Nangong Yi and believed that Duan Ling Tian won the match with no grace. At the same time, there were many people who supported Duan Ling Tian too. After all, the innate ability was a part of Duan Ling Tian as a variant, and nobody had the qualification to limit the use of his power. In any case, Duan Ling Tian's innate ability was not considered as an external force. For this reason, the way he defeated Nangong Yi was not a violation of the Battle of the Five Peaks rules. After he had defeated Nangong Yi, Duan Ling Tian was listed temporarily as first in the Battle of the Five Peaks. Nangong Yi was temporarily ranked at second place. Nangong Chen was temporarily ranked at third place. And so on. The rest of the people behind were moved downwards by one place respectively. Is there any objections to the current rankings? If there is, you can challenge the people ranked ahead of you. Once the challenge is successful, you can take his place. Guo Chong, the sect leader of the five-element sect, suddenly announced at this moment. When they heard Guo Chong's words, many people let out a long sigh. Looks like this time, the champion of the Battle of the Five Peaks today is destined to be Duan Ling Tian from Wood Peak. Not just the individual battle stage. With Duan Ling Tian's mysterious innate ability, I think the champion of the team battle stage will also be obtained by Wood Peak. Exactly. Senior Brother Yi and Hu Fei are both in the 7th level void interpretation, and yet, they could not resist Duan Ling Tian's innate ability at all. I think Senior Brother Chen, who's also in the 7th level void interpretation, will most likely fail too. This time Wood Peak is going to be in the limelight. In the history of the Battle of the Five Peaks, the championship has never been captured by any other peaks other than Gold Peak. Wood Peak is going to create history this time. And the person who creates this history is none other than Duan Ling Tian from Wood Peak. Each and every one of the disciples from Wood Peak was in high spirits. The disciples from the other 4 peaks, on the other hand, were sighing instead. The results today were truly unexpected. Whoosh! When a sound of wind whistling suddenly reverberated in the air, it managed to quiet down the clamor of discussions from the 5-element sect's disciples. Senior Brother Chen. Many 5-element sect's disciples could not help but narrow their eyes when they saw the blue figure that flew out and was standing in the air. Senior Brother Chen is temporarily ranked 3rd in the Battle of the 5 Peaks because he admitted defeat during his match with Senior Brother Yi. So, for this reason, he can't issue another challenge to Senior Brother Yi. Then, his target is Duan Ling Tian. Well, this is the only possibility. But, Duan Ling Tian is a variant who possesses an innate ability. Even Senior Brother Yi was defeated in his hands. Senior Brother Chen is most likely no match for him too, right? I don't know, For a time, many 5-element sect's disciples cast a look of disbelief towards Nangong Chen. Duan Ling Tian. It was rare for Nangong Chen to speak out. His voice was cold. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that he was challenged by Nangong Chen. His eyes darkened as he immediately flew out. Although he knew that Nangong Chen's spiritual energy was able to restrain his soul skill 1,000 illusions, he still refused to admit defeat. This was because a new idea had started to form in his head. Taking his opponent's origin energy and infusing it into his own body did not seem to have any effects on the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill because the rebirth pill had undergone the same situation before, so it had already developed a certain immunity against it. However, what about spiritual energy? What would happen if he took Nangong Chen's spiritual energy and infused it into his soul so that his spirit would get tensed and create another sense of crisis? At that time, would the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill still remain aloof? This was the idea that Duan Ling Tian currently had in mind. One must agree that his idea did indeed sound very absurd. If he was not careful, he would damage his own spirit, and there was a chance that he would be unable to recover from this. In another word, his life would be in peril. As the saying went, seek wealth from danger. As Duan Ling Tian stood facing Nangong Chen, his eyes turned cold at once. He was firmly determined in his mind. As long as he could force the rebirth pill to activate again, it would be easy for his cultivation base to be elevated to the 7th level void interpretation. It could easily be done in just a blink of an eye. In the distance, Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, calmly watched the 2 men who were locked in a stalemate. He had no idea why, but there was a small sense of unease in his heart for no reason. Perhaps it was because Nangong Chen had told him before that he only had 90% confidence in winning against Duan Ling Tian. At the Earth Peak, Tian Zhen frowned as he asked, "Father, isn't Nangong Chen asking to be humiliated?" "No." Tian Jiyu shook his head before replying with a glum look, "Don't forget that just like me, Nangong Chen is also an inscription master as well. From my probing of Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy earlier, it's safe to say that it's probably not in any way superior to Nangong Chen's." "So what?" Tian Zhen was confused. "You still don't understand. As long as Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy does not exceed Nangong Chen's, even if he uses his innate ability on him, Nangong Chen could still use his own spiritual energy to destroy it." Tian Jiyu continued to say, "Without the help of that innate ability, do you really think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat Nangong Chen?" "This Duan Ling Tian is doomed then?" Tian Zhen gasped. "As long as there's no accident, this Duan Ling Tian will definitely lose. The legacy of the 5-element sect, with Gold Peak as the champion, will remain," Tian Jiyu added. There were some inscription masters on the scene that shared the same beliefs as Tian Jiyu as well. Among these inscription masters, some were elders and some were disciples of each peak. They knew Nangong Chen was an inscription master as well. Looks like Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy is not a level higher than Nangong Chen's. Otherwise, Nangong Chen will not go up and humiliate himself. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual energy must be at the 7th level void interpretation too. It's also because of this reason that Nangong Yi and Hu Fei were both defeated by his hands. Nangong Chen is not afraid of the innate ability that is cast by a 7th level void interpretation spiritual energy. Many of the 5-element sect's elders who were inscription masters buried their head together in a heated discussion. Their words were spread around by the 5-element sect's disciples who were also disciples of those inscription masters. Instantly, many of the 5-element sect's disciples who were filled with doubts had their questions answered. "Ah, so Senior Brother Yi is not afraid of Duan Ling Tian's innate ability." Humph. Without the help of his innate ability, this Duan Lingtian will just be like meat on senior brother Yi's chopping board. He'll be slaughtered into pieces. As expected from Gold Peak. No other peak can take away the honorary, first place, from them. The crowd of Five Element Sect's disciples was discussing animatedly. Their voices were so loud that it had also entered the ears of a few Wood Peak's members. The faces of Yang Ling, Ke Zheng, and Chen Wei, who was under the guidance of Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, turned gloomy instantly. Duan Lingtian, is what they said true? That Nangong Chen can really break your innate ability? Chen Wei could not help but ask using his voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, your spiritual energy is at the 7th level void interpretation. Yang Ling and Ke Zheng could not stop themselves from asking as well. Yes, Duan Lingtian responded to the inquiries of these three people. A bitter smile instantly flashed across their faces. 897. Chapter 898, Seeking Wealth from Danger. Very quickly, Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, learned from the mouths of Yang Ling and the two others that Duan Lingtian's innate ability had no effect on Nangong Chen. In this regard, although he was slightly disappointed, he did not feel any sense of loss at all. Duan Lingtian, if you really can't do it, just admit defeat. I'm already very surprised by the fact that we from Wood Peak are able to obtain the 2nd place in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time. Qi Yu slight frowned as he told Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Don't worry, Peak Master. I have a plan, Duan Lingtian replied. Qi Yu nodded his head and did not say anything more. However, his gaze was tightly locked on Nangong Chen. If he found out that Nangong Chen's attack might cripple Duan Lingtian or even take away his life, he would definitely interfere and save Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was the future of their Wood Peak. He could never lose him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen stood opposite each other. If there's no accident, you're no match for me. Nangong Chen, who was usually taciturn, suddenly became much more talkative when he was faced with Duan Lingtian. However, his face still remained cold, and his eyes stared at Duan Lingtian calmly. No hints of feelings could be seen in them. You said so yourself, if there's no accident. Who knows, an accident might just happen just like that, Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly while he calmly looked at Nangong Chen as well. I look forward to seeing it then. Nangong Chen's usually dull eyes lit up immediately. Thousand illusions. Just as Nangong Chen's words left his mouth, a dark light flickered in Duan Lingtian's eyes. A vast spiritual energy pierced into the soul brand deep inside his soul, and he cast his soul skill. The illusory space appeared soundlessly. With Duan Lingtian as the center, it shrouded the area within a radius of 100 meters. It enveloped Nangong Chen in it as well. Nangong Chen raised his brows. He seemed to have felt something. A wave of swift yet invisible spiritual energy instantly rose from his body and extended outwards. It smashed mercilessly into that illusory space, and it crumbled easily. Here it comes. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned solemn. He could feel Nangong Chen's spiritual energy. Unfortunately, Nangong Chen's spiritual energy immediately retracted just as he was about to make his next move. It left him with no chance to utilize it. Thousand illusions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only cast his soul skill again. The illusory space reappeared once more. When Nangong Chen extended his spiritual energy, the illusory space was destroyed again. This time, Duan Lingtian was a step closer to achieving his target, but he still failed in drawing out Nangong Chen's spiritual energy. It left him a little helpless. However, he did not plan to give up at all. Thousand illusions, thousand illusions, thousand illusions. His spiritual energy constantly pierced at the soul brand deep inside his soul as he cast his soul skill to create the illusory space again and again. It's useless. Faced with Duan Lingtian's illusory space, Nangong Chen did not feel any pressure at all. His spiritual energy continued to extend out in quick succession and easily destroyed the illusory space that Duan Lingtian created. The illusory spaces were destroyed one after another. Under Duan Lingtian's intentional guidance, Nangong Chen's spiritual energy slowly drew closer to him. The group of 5 Element Sect's disciples who were watching was dumbfounded. All that they could see was Duan Lingtian and Nangong Chen standing over there glaring at each other without doing anything. Now that they suddenly heard Nangong Chen's words, they could not help but be stunned by it. Don't tell me senior brother Chen and Duan Lingtian have already started their fight. I guess so. I think they must be using their spiritual energy to fight. Spiritual energy is invisible, so that's probably why we can't see anything. The group of 5-element sect's disciples discussed this animatedly. Although they found this match to be kind of boring, they still kept their eyes locked on the two of them. They wanted to know who would emerge as the victor later. On the contrary, those people who were inscription masters, like Tianjiu, were frowning deeply. They could sense that Duan Tian was continuously forging the illusory space again and again, while Nangong Chen was destroying the illusory space that Duan Tian created over and over again as well. They could not help but find this strange. What was the purpose of Duan Tian doing this? If this continued to go on, Duan Tian's spiritual energy would soon be exhausted. Nangong Chen, on the other hand, would not be affected much because the consumption of his spiritual energy was not as high as Duan Tian's. Now, Duan Tian's eyes lit up instantly. The spiritual energy that he stretched out had finally cut off a part of Nangong Chen's spiritual energy before he brought it back and used it to probe the soul that was deep in his own mind. Although Nangong Chen's spiritual energy was free from its owner's control, it dashed in every direction frenziedly the moment it entered a foreign place. It was absolutely out of control. At the same time, Duan Tian started to feel himself getting dizzy. It felt like the spiritual energy that was taken from Nangong Chen was trying to stretch open his head. In just a blink of an eye, a sense of crisis started to spread throughout his entire body. Even his own spiritual energy that was in the depth of his soul became restless and disturbed. Rebirth pill, however, Duan Tian currently did not have the time to pay attention to any of that. Instead, he diverted his attention to the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill that was in the depth of his dantian. He was trying to figure out if was there any movement. At this moment, even Duan Tian's origin energy became agitated as if they could feel a massive threat. However, they had absolutely no way to resist it at all. The spiritual energy that was obtained from Nangong Chen continued to wreak havoc in Duan Tian's mind. Like a wild bird that was trapped in a cage, it was very eager to make its escape. Although Duan Tian could just use his own spiritual energy to suppress this spiritual energy, he did not choose to do so at this moment. This was because if he had done that, his plan would have fallen short. Ouch! It hurts. At this moment, Duan Tian's body started to tremble violently. His forehead was clammy with cold sweat. In just a blink of an eye, sweat dripped down his face like rain. The moment Nangong Chen saw this, he was bewildered. The spectators below were stunned as well. What was going on? What was happening to Duan Tian? As the spectators stared at Duan Tian, who appeared to be out of line, confusion was written on their faces. What they did not know was that Duan Tian was going through an agony that no ordinary people could bear at this moment. His soul could be scattered into pieces at any time. If his soul scattered into pieces, it meant that his entire body would become a shell without a soul. Even if the rebirth martial emperor was still alive, he would most likely call Duan Tian a madman if he knew what Duan Tian did today. Yes, I've succeeded. After what seemed like a moment had passed, or maybe a whole century, a bright light flickered in Duan Tian's mind as he became aware of something. His mood lifted up instantly. At the same time, the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill that was deep in his dantian rushed out in a high speed and merged with his origin energy. It catalyzed his origin energy to activate like a lightning. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Sword Dragon Form. Without any hesitation, Duan Tian hastily activated his mental cultivation method and guided this lightning-like origin energy to rush towards the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation. I guess I've let you run amok long enough, now go. Perish. At the same time, Duan Tian, who could only feel his head becoming giddy, let his own spiritual energy that had been accumulating all this while and charged forward. It enveloped the spiritual energy that was obtained from Nangong Chen in just a blink of an eye. Wham! The spiritual energy converged all of a sudden. In just a flash, it completely annihilated Nangong Chen's spiritual energy. Nangong Chen, who was standing from afar and was about to make his move, suddenly stopped himself because he could sense something. His brows furrowed together at once. At this moment, he could feel a sharp pain coming from the depth of his soul. However, as fast as it came, the sharp pain vanished in just a second. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. What's going on? Nangong Chen's brows twitched a little. He swept a glance towards Duan Tian in the distance. His body had already stopped quivering, his face had begun to regain its colors, and his forehead had already stopped sweating. He knew that this must have something to do with what Duan Lingtian was planning. Bang! At this moment, with the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy as a catalyst, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body broke open the bottleneck that was leading to the 7th level void interpretation. After the bottleneck broke open, tremendous changes began to happen in the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body. This kind of changes was like the transformation and elevation of his origin energy's quality. Compared to the 2 breakthroughs that he had achieved before this, there was a world of difference between them. Yes, I've made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian was extremely excited when he felt the majestic origin energy in his body after the transformation. Oh, it's still ongoing. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that after the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy had broken open the bottleneck of the 7th level void interpretation, it continued to rush forward in fury instead of stopping. When the bottleneck leading to the 8th level void interpretation finally appeared, the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy finally slowed down and came to a halt before leaving the origin energy and returned to his dantian once again. The origin energy had also stopped becoming restless, and it had quieted down completely. Wow, that was really a big gamble. Just another step and I can make a breakthrough to the 8th level void interpretation. After being stunned for a while, Duan Lingtian burst out laughing immediately. I guess, the saying is pretty accurate. Seek your wealth from danger. Now that my cultivation base has made such a big leap, I guess all the hard work from before is quite worth it. There was still a lingering fear in Duan Lingtian's heart as he thought about the situation earlier. At that moment, the spiritual energy that was taken from Nangong Chen was just a step away from blowing his head apart. Moreover, it had almost destroyed his soul and killed him as well. Now that he thought back about it, Duan Lingtian could still feel a wave of chill creeping down his back. A cold sweat broke out on his body instantly. Suddenly Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something as his expression suddenly changed. When he finally returned to his senses, he realized that Nangong Chen was already charging towards him at high speed. Along with Nangong Chen was waves of vast khaki-colored energy that was intertwined with his body. It made him look like a massive earth behemoth. Moreover, the earth behemoth had a total of 190 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons on top of his head. Like a lightning, it charged forward and opened its big and bloody mouth. It was as if it was about to swallow Duan Lingtian in whole. Thousand illusions. When Duan Lingtian saw the cold eyes of Nangong Chen who was engulfed in the vast khaki-colored energy, he knew that he was about to launch his attack. He hastily activated his soul skill using his origin energy and forged an illusory space that shrouded the sky around them. In the next second, Duan Lingtian transformed into a gust of wind and quickly dodged to the side. Just as he moved to the side, wham! Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, Nangong Chen stared fixedly at the place where Duan Lingtian was standing at just a moment ago. There was nobody there. Nangong Chen gave out another forceful punch. The punch landed on the space where nobody was present. Like a stone that fell into a calm lake, it set off waves and waves of ripples that spread out in all directions. 898 Chapter 899, the first place of the individual battle stage. At the same time, a flurry of boundless and majestic hurricanes burst out from the center of Nangong Chen's fist. It was so strong that the spectators' robes were fluttering as well. Some of the 5-element sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base had to retreat, and they had no choice but to squint their eyes. Wham! Before the crowd could figure out what happened, they saw Duan Lingtian, who had moved aside earlier, suddenly made a lightning-like move before he planted a palm on Nangong Chen's back and sent him flying in the air. After Nangong Chen was sent flying, his body quivered and with a barf, he threw up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned ghastly. Bustle. The moment the spectators saw this, they erupted in a great commotion. Senior brother Chen didn't notice that Duan Lingtian had already dodged to the side earlier. He didn't even notice Duan Lingtian at his back when he snuck up to attack him. Looks like senior brother Chen was distracted by Duan Lingtian's innate ability too. Apparently, the faces of the group of 5-element sect's disciples became very solemn immediately. Did this Duan Lingtian make a breakthrough? Tiangu, the peak master of Earth Peak's mouth twitched. Horror could be seen on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had used his spiritual energy to forge the illusory space many times. It was successfully broken away by Nangong Chen's spiritual energy every single time. From the very start, he could feel it very clearly. However, when Duan Lingtian forged the illusory space earlier using his spiritual energy again, His spiritual energy could feel that Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy had been elevated to a whole new level. For this reason, it was impossible for Nangong Chen to notice the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had created, let alone using his own spiritual energy to smash it open. Many other five-element sect's elders who were also inscription masters had noticed this as well. As they continued their discussions, the fact that Duan Lingtian had made his breakthrough started to spread around. Soon enough, everybody knew what was going on earlier. Damn it, this Duan Lingtian actually had a breakthrough. Hu Fei stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. His face was extremely dark. At first, he thought that Duan Lingtian would be defeated in Nangong Chen's hands. However, to his astonishment, Duan Lingtian managed to complete his breakthrough during the crucial moment and managed to overpower Nangong Chen in just one swoop. What Chen Er was worried about is correct, we really can't treat Duan Lingtian using common sense. Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five-Element Sect, sighed. However, he did not seem unhappy at all. Although Gold Peak did not manage to obtain the first place in the Battle of the Five Peak this time, it did not seem like it affected him much. This Duan Lingtian is indeed very strong. Nangong Yi, who was standing by the side, had a very gloomy expression on his face. He furrowed his brows as he continued, however, I noticed that when he cast his attack earlier, the amount of energy contained in his origin energy does not look like it's in the 8th level void interpretation. It's more or less like mine instead. His cultivation base had only just made a breakthrough to the 7th level void interpretation. As for his spiritual energy, I think it must be a level higher than his cultivation base. A gleam flashed across Guo Chong's eyes as he muttered, if I guessed correctly, he must have consumed a soul-enhancing spirit fruit previously. That was the cause of his spiritual energy being a level higher than his cultivation base. Ah, so his spiritual energy is at the 8th level void interpretation, no wonder, Nangong Yi gasped when he heard this. When Huang Daniu saw how Duan Lingtian severely injured Nangong Chen and obtained the final victory, Huang Daniu burst out laughing and shouted, haha. Good job, Duan Lingtian. The eyes of Qi Yu, Yong Ling, and Ke Zheng brightened too. It had never crossed their minds that Duan Lingtian would be able to complete his breakthrough at the very crucial moment and defeat Nangong Chen in just one blow. Although they were surprised, they could not stop the joy that they were feeling as well. At this moment, the injured Nangong Chen was still trapped in the illusory space, but he no longer made any move. Instead, he stood in midair as he slowly asked, why you've made a breakthrough? It was apparent that Nangong Chen had also noticed that he had fallen into the illusory space. Duan Lingtian moved his thoughts and retracted the 1,000 illusions immediately. He looked at Nangong Chen as he replied nonchalantly, it's luck. After the illusory space disappeared, Nangong Chen looked at Duan Lingtian and announced earnestly, luck or not, you've won. After he finished saying that, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply. Nangong Chen returned to Guo Chong in a flash and bowed to him. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Please punish me, master. You've done your best. It's just that your opponent is too strong this time. Guo Chong shook his head. His eyes landed on Duan Lingtian as he smiled. Duan Lingtian, you're very good. With you in Wood Peak, it'll definitely rise again. I'm looking forward to seeing that. You flatter me, sect leader, Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. With his current cultivation base, he did not dare to slack before the sect leader of Five-Element Sect. Qi Yu, Wood Peak is really lucky this time. Guo Chong smiled as he turned his attention to Qi Yu. The moment Qi Yu heard this, an unusually bright smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that Duan Lingtian from Wood Peak would win first place in the Battle of the Five Peaks individual battle stage. With his innate ability, he'll definitely win the first place of the team battle too. Looks like this time, Wood Peak is going to rank higher than Gold Peak and become the first peak in our Five-Element Sect. The first peak of Five-Element Sect had always been Gold Peak's glory. This time, the owner is going to change just because of Duan Lingtian alone. The sect resources that the first peak of Five-Element Sect obtains are not something the other 4 peaks will get. Looks like Wood Peak can utilize these sect resources and rise up again in the next 3 years. Other than Wood Peak disciples, the disciples from the other 4 peaks also marveled in surprise. Each and every one of Wood Peak's disciples had an indescribably excited look on their faces. Their gazes were all focused on Duan Lingtian, and a deep sense of gratitude could be seen on their faces. They knew that the reason Wood Peak was able to become the first peak of Five-Element Sect was all thanks to Duan Lingtian alone. If there was no Duan Ling Tian, Wood Peak would never have this moment of glory. Humph. It did not matter if it was Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, or his direct disciple, Hu Fei, both of their faces were currently filled with loathing. Particularly Hu Fei. 10 years ago, there were 2 reasons he betrayed Wood Peak and his first master, Yang Ling. In addition to being unable to resist the temptation of the things that Cha Bai had promised him, he also wanted to rely on Fire Peak, which was also the second strongest peak in the 5-element sect that time, and utilized its influence to soar up to the top. All these years, he indeed achieved it by becoming the strongest person among the younger generation in Fire Peak. However, today, the Wood Peak that he had betrayed 10 years ago achieved the glory of being the #1 peak in the 5-element sect. This was like a slap in his face. The glory overwhelmed him with shame and rage. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian. It's all because of you. All because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could Wood Peak possibly obtain this glory? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be humiliated in front of everybody in the first place. Hu Fei's eyes were filled with extreme iciness as he stared at the purple figure in the distance. The killing intention that was emanating out of his body seemingly solidified to form an arrow that shot out to his target. Just as Duan Ling Tian turned away to return to Wood Peak's members, he felt an intense and chilly killing aura locked onto him. He immediately turned towards the place where the aura came from. In just a glance, he saw the murderous intention that was oozing out of the eyes of the red-clad young man who itched to hack him to death, Hu Fei, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. This Hu Fei, if I have a chance, I must kill him instantly. Otherwise, he'll turn into another troublesome existence like Zishang. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were cold with killing intention too as he secretly made up his mind. Throughout his whole life, there were only a few things that he regretted. The thing that left the deepest impression on him was the fact that he did not kill Zishang when he was at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's highest peak, 7-star Sword Sect's Dubi Peak. That time, it would be easy for him to kill Zishang with the help of his soul skill 1000 illusions. However, it was exactly because Zishang had survived that he became the bane of his existence. He even caused Duan Ling Tian to be hunted by the Skywolf Fort's people because they wanted to snatch away the Devil Seal tablet from his hand. Zishang, let us slowly settle our debt later at the secret the martial emperor left behind. This time, I'll certainly spare no effort to kill you. The murderous intention in Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned even more intense the moment he thought of Zishang. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses, he returned to the Wood Peaks group that was led by Chi Yu. The instant he reached there, he was immediately greeted with a warm welcome. Duan Ling Tian, you're just too horrifying. Even the 2 most outstanding people among the younger generation in the 5-element sect were both easily dealt with by you. I, Huang Daniu, absolutely admire you to the bones. Huang Daniu praised him as he flashed a thumbs up towards Duan Ling Tian. Junior brother K, thank goodness we have you in Wood Peak. If it wasn't because you managed to get Duan Ling Tian and Huang Daniu back, we would most likely end up in the bottom again, Yang Ling told K Zhang. I also did not expect to meet Duan Ling Tian when I went to the Drift Cloud town with Chen Wei last time. Anyway, this is our Wood Peak, and Duan Ling Tian's fate. K Zhang laughed. Chen Wei, who was by the side, nodded his head approvingly while he flashed a thumbs up at Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian, the promise that I made to you before is valid. As long as it's within my power and does not endanger the 5-element sect, I'll fulfill one request of yours, any request that you make. Chi Yu smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The last sentence was especially emphasized when he said it. When they heard Chi Yu's words, Yang Ling and the 3 others were taken by surprise. It had never crossed their minds that Chi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, who was also the second strongest person in 5-element sect, would actually make such a promise to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up instantly. He had seen Chi Yu's strength with his own eyes previously. Even that Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, was powerless before Chi Yu as well. There was no doubt the promise from such a powerhouse was priceless to Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian had already returned, 80–90% of the gazes from the surroundings were still focused on him. They paid their respects with their eyes to this champion of the Battle of the 5 Peaks individual battle stage. This Duan Ling Tian appears to be younger than senior brother Chen and Yi, yet he could still defeat the both of them successively. What a remarkable person. Don't forget that he's not an ordinary human being. There's demon's blood in his body, you know. This time, Duan Lingtian had also become the topic of discussion among the five-element sect's disciples. It was not until the loud voice of Guo Chong, the sect leader, finally reverberated in the air that they stopped their discussion. They focused their attention back on Guo Chong instead. The individual battle stage is over. Now we're going to start the team battle stage, Guo Chong announced loudly. 899 Chapter 900, The Profound Assimilation Formation. During the team battle stage, 2 representatives from each peak would team up and fight against another 2 representatives from the other 4 peaks. The battle would be carried out in a 2-on-2 manner. Compared to the individual battle stage, the team battle was more like a formality. For Wood Peak, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniyu teamed up together. Duan Lingtian was responsible for confusing his opponents using the illusory space, while Huang Daniyu was responsible for the physical attacks. With just a stride, they took down the Nangong twins from Gold Peak. Yes, Huang Daniyu, who had wounded the Nangong twins with a few strikes, laughed heartily as he swaggered about in borrowed plumes. Nobody was surprised by this result. After all, they had already known about Duan Lingtian's terrifying innate ability. After they had defeated the Nangong twins, none of the other 3 peaks dared to battle Wood Peak. This was because they knew that they would only be looking for their own death if they had gone against them. It would serve them better to conserve their strength. Although Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, and his direct disciple, Hu Fei, hated this a lot, they still did not dare to go up against Wood Peak, who was like the sun in mid-sky. Since it's like this, Wood Peak wins the first place in the team battle. Coupled up with Wood Peak's results in the individual battle, Wood Peak wins the first place in our 5-element sect's battle of the 5 peaks this time. In the next 3 years, Wood Peak will be the first peak of our 5-element sect. The first peak of the 5-element sect. Guo Chong announced all this unhurriedly. He was quite at ease and magnanimous about it. However, the disciples of Gold Peak were all sighing one after one another. The glory that belonged to them before this had now been taken away by Wood Peak. It left quite a bitter taste in their mouths. Wood Peak, the peak that was at the bottom for the last 20 over years, had risen again and soared to the top. It took everyone by surprise. That Duan Lingtian's innate ability is what helped Wood Peak to soar to the top. With him there, Wood Peak would naturally rise again. All the people from 5-element sect present on the scene was very clear about this. In front of the Nangong twins from Gold Peak, the other 3 peaks admitted defeat right away. Gold Peak proceeded to take the second place after Wood Peak. During the next 3 years, it would become the second peak of the 5-element sect. Duan Lingtian, we from Gold Peak will regain the glory of the first peak of the 5-element sect after this 3 years. Nangong Yi announced loudly after he swept a glance across the sky, and his gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. A strong sense of confidence emanated from Nangong Yi, so much so that many of the 5-element sect's disciples could not help but be awed by it. As expected of senior brother Yi, he's not cocky when he wins, nor is he disheartened by his defeat. With senior brother Yi and Chen there, Gold Peak will definitely regain its glory of being the first peak again. The fact that Duan Lingtian relied on his innate ability is not fair anyway. Many of the disciples from the other 4 peaks continued to say. Of course, their words had also earned the disagreements from the Wood Peak's disciples. Humph, what unfair. The innate ability is senior brother Lingtian's technique. It's not something that you can easily possess, you know. Senior brother Lingtian is much younger than the Nangong twins, and he still managed to take the first place for our Wood Peak. I'm sure he'll be able to do that again after 3 years. I have faith in senior brother Lingtian. The moment Duan Lingtian heard Nangong Yi's words and saw the enthusiasm of the Wood Peak's disciples, he could not help but smile wryly to himself. 3 years later, at that time, it was very likely that he would no longer be in the 5-element sect anymore. Immediately afterward, the remaining 3 peaks, Fire, Water, and Earth, battled to determine the final 3 ranks for the team battle stage. With Hu Fei and his 7th level void interpretation, Fire Peak unsurprisingly obtained the 3rd place. Coupled with its individual battle result, Fire Peak became the 3rd peak of the 5-element sect for the next 3 years. Soon, it was Water and Earth Peak's turn to battle it out. Between the 2 female disciples from Water Peak, Tan Huan was stronger. On the other hand, at Earth Peak's side, Tian Zhen was the stronger one. During the individual battle stage, Tan Huan had won against Tian Zhen by a small margin. Even then, she did not dare to slack at all during the battle. She slowly advanced and strengthened herself with every step. She first used an agile martial technique to dodge Tian Zhen's attack, and she inflicted injuries on the other Earth Peak disciple before she won against Tian Zhen by a small margin again. Shit, although Tian Zhen was mentally prepared, he still could not help but feel a little disappointed the moment he was defeated. You went easy on me, Tan Huan nodded at Tian Zhen. The final ranking of the team battle stage had finally been decided. 4th place, Water Peak. Coupled with its individual battle stage, the Water Peak would become the 4th peak of the 5-element sect in next 3 years. The Earth Peak obtained the last place and became the 5th peak of the 5-element sect. To every senior, junior, brother, and sister, I, Tian Zhen, have disappointed you. I'm sorry for letting you down. After Tian Zhen was defeated, he bowed towards the crowd of Earth Peak disciples. Bitterness could be heard in his voice. Senior brother Tian Zhen, you've done your best. All of us could see that. This time we've fallen, but we'll definitely rise again in the next 3 years. I have faith in our Earth Peak. The Earth Peak disciples were saying one after another. Everyone was burning with enthusiasm. Although Earth Peak had dropped to the bottom, their morale remained. It elicited a sense of admiration from the disciples of the other 4 peaks. Duan Ling Tian, nobody knew when, but the Wood Peak disciples were crying Duan Ling Tian's name loudly in unison. All of them were in high spirits, and their energy was like the sun in mid-sky. Duan Ling Tian had stolen the spotlight from the audience once again. With his own strength, he managed to turn the tide and helped Wood Peak to rise to the top, allowing it to become the 1st peak in the 5-element sect for the next 3 years. To all peak masters, the battle of the 5 peaks is over now. Please arrange the matter for the future as soon as possible, Guo Chong, the sect leader of the 5-element sect, announced loudly as he looked at the other peak masters of the 4 peaks. 10 days later, each of you will bring the 2 most powerful young disciples from your peak to Gold Peak. At that time, Gold Peak will activate the profound assimilation formation and help the 2 most outstanding young disciples from each peak to elevate the concepts that they have comprehended, Guo Chong announced in a go. Profound assimilation formation. The moment the words left Guo Chong's mouth, many of the 5-element sect's disciples began to look puzzled. However, the eyes of the peak masters from the 4 peaks, including Chi Yu the peak master of Wood Peak, immediately lit up. Hints of excitement could be seen in their eyes. Profound assimilation formation. At first, Duan Ling Tian had thought that he had heard wrong, but when he heard the clamor of discussion by the 5-element sect's disciples beside him, he realized that he did not hear wrongly at all. Naturally, he knew what profound assimilation formation was. It was just that it had never ever crossed his mind that just a mere 5-element sect would also have the profound assimilation formation. From the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, the profound assimilation formation was created by him. By right, there are only a few forces that are close to him in this cloud continent that knew about the arrangement of this profound assimilation formation. Puzzled, Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows together. According to reasons, it was absolutely impossible for those forces to share the arrangement method with other forces with how precious the profound assimilation formation was. However, it has already been tens of thousands of years since the second reincarnation of the rebirth Martial Emperor. Perhaps, something has happened in this 10,000 years that allowed the arrangement methods of the profound assimilation formation to spread throughout the cloud continent. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he instantly felt at ease. 10,000 years were more than enough to change many things. However, when he recalled the functions of the profound assimilation formation, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Profound assimilation formation was an inscription formation that could help a martial artist to comprehend concept and profundity at a fast speed. Other than a huge amount of origin stones, the materials that it needed were a large number of concept fragments and profundity fragments. Once the profound assimilation formation was activated, the concept and profundity fragments that were added into it would be consumed without restraint, and it would help the martial artist who was in the formation to comprehend concept and profundity swiftly. This time, my concept would be able to complete its new transformation. According to my understanding of the profound assimilation formation by the rebirth Martial Emperor, I can definitely rely on my spiritual energy to achieve a certain degree of control over the profound assimilation formation and take away the good fortune of others. Duan Ling Tian became excited as he thought of this. The profound assimilation formation was originally created by the rebirth Martial Emperor. Although he had passed it on to many people, the person who understood the profound assimilation formation the most was still the rebirth Martial Emperor himself. Duan Ling Tian, who possessed the rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, was equivalent to the rebirth Martial Emperor himself. Wanting to tamper with the profound assimilation formation was an extremely simple matter to him. Activating the profound assimilation formation just once would already require a lot of concept fragments. It seems like the five-element sect is really going all out for the sake of that secret that the martial emperor left behind, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, let's just hope that 10 days later, when the gold peak activates the profound assimilation formation, they'll put in more fragments of wind, thunder, earth, and sword concepts. Based on my understanding of the profound assimilation formation, along with the ability of mine that allows me to comprehend two concepts at the same time, I can greatly elevate all four concepts without restraint. A light glinted in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he was full of anticipation. Peak Master, what's that profound assimilation formation? At this moment, Huang Danyu's voice suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He was asking Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak, about it. Like most of the other five-element sect's disciples, it was obvious that this was Huang Danyu's first time hearing about the profound assimilation formation. The profound assimilation formation is an inscription formation. When Qi Yu said this, he paused and swept a glance towards Duan Lingtian. When he noticed that Duan Lingtian had his attention on him as well, only then did he continue. The profound assimilation formation is mainly composed of origin stone that is engraved with inscriptions and some other valuable materials. Other than this, what's most important is the huge amount of concept fragments that are inserted in it, because the profound assimilation formation needs to consume plenty of concept fragments to help the person inside it comprehend concepts at a fast speed. As we all know, once a martial artist who has comprehended a concept obtained the fragments of the concept that he comprehends, the speed that he comprehends concept would advance at a tremendous pace. And it's exactly this profound assimilation formation that can help speed up this process. As for how fast, well, to a certain extent, it would depend on the comprehension of the person in the formation. The person who enters the formation will have his comprehension level magnified. The higher the comprehension level, the faster the speed he would comprehend the concept, Qi Yu explained. Comprehending concept at a tremendous pace. Huang Danyu's eyes lit up right away. I've just comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept a few days ago. Will I be able to comprehend the 7th level intermediate earth concept there? Of course, as long as your comprehension is high enough and there are enough earth concept fragments inside the profound assimilation formation, let alone 7th level intermediate earth concept, you might even stand a chance to reach the 8th level intermediate earth concept, Qi Yu added again. 8th level intermediate earth concept? Huang Danu was stunned, completely stunned and bewildered. He had just comprehended the 6th level intermediate earth concept a few days ago, and now, after another 10 days, he stood a chance in comprehending the 8th level intermediate earth concept.